Yeah, I mean, I always like folks like John Bray, Clark, people who are making
Hmm.
some of the wackier decks going on.
Oh, well, we see a Demon Hunter on the other side of the board here from Funky Monkey, as Yala's going to be on the rogue. This is going to be interesting.
Pretty good turn for the rogue there.
Oh, Snake Oil in the Demon Hunter deck. I like it. Load the chamber, yeah.
Sure, sure. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, this looks
Not
very aggro.
it's not a Naga itself, right? But it
No.
does
Yeah, yeah.
does give you that free spell for use
Yeah,
later
oh
on.
yeah, Bibliomite as well. Huh.
Whew.
And I love that with that. Oh yeah, look at all these interesting cards. And you look down. Oh, Yala's just made a big ghost. Ah,
Yep.
here we are.
That's gonna be the story of Rogue
Yeah.
for as long as that location's in play.
You see Drilly the Kid. Probably the yeah, I think like, the best. Obviously, it's a class card, but the best excavate card I think in the game. Just because it's just
Oh,
so
I
many
think hands down.
guarantees, right? Like that's not even really too much.
I mean, if you top deck it on 6, and you play it in Shadow Step, that's 4 immediately.
Yeah.
I think they almost had to give Rogue a questionable excavate like the 1/3 weapon just because Drilly is so good.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It has to be. Look, they've got Drilly that's costs 4. It's not like it's a 6 cost, right? Like you can do this very early. So it's like, right, this costs 4. Let's give him a weapon that takes like 20 years or 3 mana to proc.
Well, and it's a mech as well. So if you really want to tutor it, there is the rogue spell that draws a mech,
Hmm.
gives it +2/+1. And the 5 cost excavate card is
Right.
also a mech, so those could be the only ones.
Yeah, and shout out to Tice as well, dropping us the nice raid. Welcome, Tice. We enjoyed watching you match a little bit earlier on. Welcome, welcome everyone. We're currently just relaxing, watching a lot of all the XDs, watching a lot of different games from a lot of different content creators. So make sure to go and go and check a lot of those out.
Able to pick up the double destroy here, which is going to go quite nicely for cleaning up the rest of this. And then next turn, I mean, Funky is just kind of out of stuff unless he finds the weapon, the draw 3 weapon. Well,
Look, got some snake oil soon. Okay, everything's possible.
I mean, it is just, barring any other shenanigans you can do with spell damage or whatever, it is just a solid card on 1, right? 1 mana 2/2,
Yeah.
and you're not happy if you trade the snake oil and like see it again, but something aggressive, just having effectively a 1 mana draw card after playing a 1 mana 2/2, like you're pretty happy about that.
Oh, the rock. Hang on, I'm going to be quiet. Oh no, they're not going to cast. Okay, I'm going to turn the game up. So I want to hear this rock sound that Sol told me about. Apparently the throwing of a rock is perfect in this game. I can't wait.
Is it just like a chunk sound or
I've
what?
not heard it. Sol spoke very highly, so I'm happy. Sol is not one to over exaggerate when it comes to sound.
We may not get to hear it if Yarla just makes the attacks.
Don't you dare, Yala. Yala, come on, Yala. He's maybe too efficient sometimes. Throw the rock. If you don't win by throwing a rock at your opponent's face, are you really winning?
I mean, I don't think so.
Yala,
Oh, is he
don't
gonna
you
get the
dare.
treasure?
Don't you... We're not going to spectate you ever again if you don't throw this rock. He didn't throw the rock.
He also didn't
Right, hang on.
take the
There's
lethal.
still a chance. Yala can redeem himself here.
I am not blind to your crimes.
Ooh, maybe a little punished for not ending things there. I think he's trying to end with the rock.
I can only hope. That will redeem Yala in our eyes. I'm sure chat's with me on this. That we need to see this rock get thrown.
Thrown away my shot.
Blind Eye Sharpshooter coming down. The fact that it draws as well is
Oh, he's
really...
hovering. Sorry, he's hovering the rock. He knows.
Oh no, is Yarla actually just
Someone
gonna
go
die?
into Yarla's stream and tell him I have told him he has to throw the rock to win the game, or it doesn't count.
What if Yarla just dies?
No.
It could happen.
Snake oil. Okay. Right. Rock champ. Everyone be quiet. Yarla.
Go collapse and then rock.
Yeah. Yarla. Now look, there's a lot of fancy stuff going on here, but we're not fancy over here. We just throw... Okay, it's good. It is literally the sound of a rock being thrown at someone. Perfect. I'll bring the volume down a little bit.
I wonder what sound designer just like, sat around with Mike just trying to get the perfect rock thrown sound. Just like...
Yeah, so it's just like, I've been here before. I've had rocks thrown at me. Okay, I think we're getting Lorinda in here. So, oh no, he's not, because Lorinda's being Lorinda and has done Lorinda things. Lorinda's joined us in just a second to take over from me, at least to some extent, because I'll still be here, guys. Let me check this out.
Now, this is what I was thinking about when I was thinking about Miracle Row.
Oh, the Draco as well, nice. But yeah, all yours, Lorinda, guys. I'm around.
Yeah.
Let me know if you've got any more requests in the chat of who to cover. But for now, goodbye.
Hey,
Catch you later.
Elwood. How's it going?
Pretty good. Welcome back, Lorinda. Here, just in time to see... Oh, we didn't keep the Draka. I mean, I guess it cost 5, but...
I had the sound off. I didn't hear the rock, so I have to wait.
No.
I'm just gonna...
How could you?
I know, it's awful of me. Sorry about that. So how was the... I saw bits of it on my break. How was the Demon Hunter looking? Because I was thinking it's the only class we hadn't really seen anything of apart from a bit of mage.
So the one that Judge was playing looked pretty solid, where it's kind of, firmly in the Naga, like all in on Nagas. Funky had a list that seemed to be a little more mixed with just low to the ground aggro empty hand stuff, and that did not quite end up getting there. But I do think just the fact that it's like a field contact. It's not just that it does 2 damage every time you play one of these things, but it draws you a card every time you play a Naga or a spell, in the order. That is what really kind of makes it exciting and powerful, I think.
I'm really impressed with this set so far. I mean, not just because I'm here saying that, but it looks like there's a lot of things that are new and interesting and we haven't sort of done before, exploring a lot of new territory. Lots of big minions, lots of good removal,
and
some Reno stuff.
Yarla gets the bad news. Oh, sorry. This is something I discovered earlier, which is that the way that Bone Spike interacts with Greedy Partner is it's still considering the things in your hand discounted to 0, your 2 mana things. So you actually would need... I'm not even sure if this would work, but you would need something that like costs 4 and was appearing as 2. I'm not sure if this is a bug, but Greedy Partner is basically, it's eating the discount from the Bone Spike, but then also not seeing your 2-cost cards as 2-cost cards in your hand. They're still being seen as 0s.
Yeah, we saw the same issue or whatever, the same thing with Dane earlier, who Yarla's playing now, with Love Everlasting and the 1-drops. They get discounted to 0 and your pip doesn't go off.
Sure, yeah.
So it's the same effect. So that effect is consistent across the board, whether it's intended or not. That is a consistent effect that we need to keep an eye on when we're building our decks in a week's time now.
Yeah, coming up. Less than even Tuesday, right?
Probably. You're good at this stuff. I should know this. Yeah, it usually is. So yeah. Wow, it's so soon. I was like, yeah. Have BlizzCon, then we have a set release, and in between we have a theory craft. There's so much going on.
And wow, I mean, no location, no Draka, just 4/4s, but this is a good, turn 4 attacks to make against Druid. Just just
Yeah.
rogue things.
And that's without the extra card.
Yeah.
So it's probably correct all along, and Yala knew it all along. What I like so far, we've seen quite a lot of broken-looking stuff, but we haven't seen anything that looks like it doesn't get stopped by something else. Like the Reno stuff looks obviously pretty incredible, but it does seem a little bit slow, as Highlander decks, in my opinion, should be. They shouldn't be able to just curve out with a million different one-drops and choose one.
Ooh,
They've
and
looked quite tough to build.
this is where that Naga comes into play again for the rogue. I think, rogue, if you narrow it down to just some of these very powerful spells like Potion Belt, getting an extra copy is just so much additional value. I imagine we'll be seeing a lot of that 2/2 Naga in things like Miracle Rogue, where you imagine you get extra Potion Belt, you get extra Bone Spike, Preparation, any kind of stuff is just gonna make the pop off turns that much crazier. Speaking of crazy, sure, we'll
Yeah.
take another Billy the Kid.
Couple of drillies. Yeah, this is a lot of stuff.
Now, I think Dane probably took the Reno on that dredge. Oh, no. He went for copying the hand. Interesting.
Stay alert, my children. Danger.
How many 3/5s can you make in one day?
Stay alert, my children.
Just 0 mana 4/6. We'll have one of those. Thank you very much. People are not going to enjoy playing against Druid. They're probably going to enjoy playing with it, though, which is half of the equation solved.
Yeah, yeah. If Dane
Oh.
can make it one more turn, he is going to be able to play that ANR and go up to full life. So, going to depend a lot on damage concoctions.
Oh, which one do you take? You take the 3 damage, right? Because you've got a 6,
Oh, yeah,
whatever percent chance
definitely.
of winning instantly. You don't need to destroy a random minion. You just take the damage. The minion's the one you're looking for, then you realise, hang on, damage is just better. Yeah. And then you just throw it at their face. Yeah.
Yep. Fireball, easy.
And Yala, as Raven would say, doing Yala things.
Yeah, I think we can expect some kind of powerful Miracle Rogue to emerge out of this expansion. How much it includes of, Excavate or Wishing Well sort of remains to be seen, but giving coins to Rogue is just always a scary prospect.
I was timing earlier how long it took you to say something about Rogue and stuff, and here we are again. I didn't time you this time, though. But yes, you're absolutely right. Rogue and coins. I think everybody got a bit of what they want this time around. Apart from Warrior got taunts, which it used to want, but I don't think Warrior wants taunts anymore. It just wants stuff.
I don't know. Some of the taunt buff cards do look pretty good, but yeah, it may just be in 6-set meta not quite good enough. Maybe we'll see, like, come spring, once the card pool is reduced a bit, some of these things shining a little bit more. We haven't seen Warrior doing particularly well today, certainly.
It's something we saw with Evolved Shaman back in the day. It was the third best Shaman deck, so nobody played it for ages. And then the other 2 decks got nerfed or rotated. I can't remember which. And suddenly, Evolved Shaman was the worst deck known to mankind, and everybody hated where it was. Blah blah blah. It had been there all along. It wasn't good enough. And maybe we see that with Taunt Warrior at some point. That it's not good enough. I mean, Odin's so powerful. Enrage is so powerful. Why would you play Taunt? That was Sottle's point earlier. But when things rotate, these cards are with us for another set. Suddenly, maybe that's a thing that becomes available.
Now, WoW Hobbs with the Theatar here, which normally I would say, come on, what are we doing? Theatar in theory crafting? This is supposed to be fun.
Yeah.
But having seen the Azurite Snake in some of these games, I kind of don't blame someone for running Theatar for that. I mean, what else are you supposed to do?
Is Theatar just a rage card? Like, you don't play it, you don't play it, you don't play it. I've had enough. I'm playing Theatar. You can't stop me. I don't want to lose anymore.
I mean, I think so. We haven't seen it in a while since it's been 6 mana.
Just a quick note as well. Tic Tac is silver 5, so a bit of a shout to Raven. Maybe we can see what Tic Tac is doing because Tic Tac tends to play slower decks. So the fact he's the leader on the leaderboard is the totally irrelevant leaderboard, of course.
I think I actually saw Tic Tac playing Naga Demon Hunter.
Okay.
So I don't know if he's still on that.
Might be worth a look. This card's just good, isn't it? The 3 mana 3/7 injured hauler. But we are gonna.
Yeah, I'm curious if it'll create a density of like enough overheal cards to make it work because it can be a lot of clear. But yeah, here it is, just Outcast and Naga Demon Hunter, just very aggressive. Which
Which explain how he's got to silver 5 so quickly in this field.
yeah, it does tend to be the case that if people are messing around trying a bunch of fun stuff and you play the good aggro deck, you know, you're going to be climbing a little faster than everyone else.
And he'll be loving it, of course. Tic Tac
Yeah.
very happy to be the inventor of many decks and likes to let people know that he's invented them as well. Don't blame him. I invented reverberations and let everybody know, so I'm fine with that.
This is a pretty good turn for Yarla, getting to drop the double taunts and then Widowbloom Seedsman for some of that ramp and draw into more ramp. I kind of wonder if people are sort of making a shift into a not quite Highlander druid, right? Where you get to play doubles of some of the powerful cards like this dragon that refreshes mana crystals. And then you just sort of expect that by the time you hit a certain point in the late game, you will be mostly thinned out to the point where you can activate Reno or the big druid payoff that gives you the nest.
I think that just makes sense. I heard you and Raven talking about that earlier in various scenarios, and yeah, it just makes sense to me that that's going to happen at some point in various.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Well, that's a lot of stuff here. One of the benefits of dispose of evidence in a deck like this is you can say, you know, oh, I have too many spells, let me shuffle some spells in, and I'll get to draw them once again off of the snake here.
And you just know he's been jamming it all night. Look how quickly he's
yeah.
playing it.
Yeah.
He's played this a million times already tonight. He's just jammed this all night. And honestly, it looks like fun. I really don't blame him. Look at it.
Naga spell, Naga spell,
but...
Naga spell.
I love the way they've managed to sort of reverse that, still keep the same meme going, but reverse the idea. So it's obviously a lot harder to do because you are now having to spend mana to do stuff rather than create mana to do stuff.
Yeah, shuffle the expensive thing in. Gonna stop the chain there since there's no ability to play another Naga. But, you know, like I was saying, this 1/5 is pretty challenging to remove. You know, we're at a point in the game where there's, the dragon that deals 5, so it is going to clear it up. But so frequently, I think you can sort of start popping off, you know, maybe even a little early where you can't do too much if it's, you know, say turn 3, turn 4 with the sharpshooter, and your opponent's just not going to be able to remove it.
Yeah, I'm curious how much of a distorted view we're getting. We've seen a lot of powerful minions stick around tonight. When people start playing Bellowing Flames again, how do these decks all change?
Sure.
They won't definitely be as crazy looking as they have been tonight, but we have seen a lot of minions just sticking around doing really nasty stuff. So people are going to have a think before release how they're going to deal with 5 health minions. They are tough for everybody but Warrior. At least in a very, very early game.
I'm of sort of two minds about it all, because it seems like, you know, in this case, the druid was able to just sort of throw out enough stats that they're able to soak a lot of what the demon hunter is able to do. That's kind of one downside about the sharpshooter is you don't get the face damage if your opponent has too big of a board going on. Something like warrior has the clears, so you don't want to necessarily start going off too early, but a lot more of that damage is just going to be going right at their face.
Yeah. Balance a little bit. I mean, obviously a lot of that damage will go face, but balance a little bit by the amount of taunt that not just Druid, but a lot of the class are pumping out today.
This is a bit of a high roll for the Druid, having gotten that Timekeeper or whatever it's called, the Paladin Dragon that gives your dragons that you play, Time Warden, thank you, that gives the dragons you play this turn and next turn Taunt and Divine Shield. That's sort of the perfect thing to pick up against something like this Demon Hunter.
Can we talk about Azure Drake? I don't know what we need to say about Azure Drake, but it's there. It's an Azure Drake.
Other than that, it's playable again. It's back. Druids are playing Azure Drake once again.
Somehow it made it with just a small buff.
Oh, there's the other sharpshooter. And momentum. Wow. Okay.
I'm not throwing away my shot.
Momentum Demon Hunter, folks. It's happening.
So, can he get through the taunts? Because obviously
sure.
everything else is easy enough.
So you can play that for free. You can Predation the 3/2.
Goodness.
I think the trickiest thing really
Can't
is...
3/2, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, of course. There you go. That counts.
Yes, you can. That counts. I'll let you off. You knew that.
Yeah, and it's a waste, so you throw back the momentum. You know, it's pretty, I mean, by comparison, easy to get your spells to 0 mana in this deck. So I think a lot of the sort of finesse is going to be how do I, reduce the cost of my Naga to keep playing the Naga, because that's where, most of the mana is going to be spent.
He's got 4 cards left in his deck. It's turn 7.
So one more can get shuffled back in from Dispose, and then that's just enough that you could reduce momentum down to 0 if you draw it. If you draw the entire rest of your deck.
Sure. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be quite a hard to play deck, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, and Spinetail Drake. I feel like a lot of the dragons look similar to each other, so I'm not always like knowing, particularly in the top, which dragon it is in the hand. But Spinetail Drake is sort of the perfect answer to that sharpshooter, and it's going to make things a lot more challenging for Tic Tac here. No sharpshooters remaining. And I don't know if he has any amalgams to like discover more, just because the deck already draws so much and can have hand size issues. So it's really just going to be pushing as much damage face as possible here at the end.
Yeah, and it's a lot, but
The Druids have a lot of taunts.
they really do. Everyone has a lot of taunt. Not everyone, but a lot of people have a lot of taunts now. We also seem to be seeing a lot of greedy partners. I wasn't sure how good that card was going to be. I liked the 3-drop better.
Ooh, there's the game ender.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I think over the course of the day, people have been shifting to this. Hey, what if I actually run doubles of these cards because they're really good, and then I'm Druid, so I just draw so many cards that we can still get the Highlander payoffs.
Oh.
Is it too off? That's so tragic. Oh, just shy.
Perfectly balanced game.
Yep.
He did put 7 into a minion earlier to clear it when he couldn't work out how to get through 2 taunts. Using a predation along the way. Not saying that would have changed it, I just cannot reverse engineer it that well, but that's a thing that happened. Like he
Yeah.
thought he could get through the taunts, then didn't get through the taunts, then ended up putting too much face in there. Maybe, you don't know. Maybe if that had gone face, maybe the predation had gone face instead. Maybe Tic Tac gets the win, but he is still the leader in this completely irrelevant thing that most people aren't even taking part in, of who's got the highest rank so far.
Yeah, and it is one of the faster decks, right? So that one was a little bit more drawn out, but I imagine there are many games where he just sort of runs away with a turn, 5, and a lot of folks are not able to recover from there just with the amount of damage available.
Keeping the weapon because it's like so much cardage.
Glaive Tar is just one of the best weapons that a Demon Hunter has access to right now. Even if you aren't playing a lot of Outcast cards, just 4 mana, deal 8, draw a card is pretty good on rate.
Greedy Partner, again, I wasn't sure this would be okay, but it's quite clearly very okay in many decks.
And that was a heavy plate traded away, so this might be our first excavate warrior that we're getting to see. Most folks have been doing the sort of menagerie taunt stuff, but the excavate warrior is more defensive. They have sort of an expensive execute as one of their excavate cards. They have a gain 6 armor as another one of their excavate cards.
Oh yeah, the execute's really not very good, isn't it? But again, it's got excavate written on it, so we see how that goes.
Draw 3 here.
These cards must have been so hard for the design team because they know that they're going to be powerful combo cards. They know they're making a card that goes Naga spell, Naga spell. Somebody has just sat there for hours practicing, making sure this isn't completely ridiculous. Probably Gallon. Or, yeah, probably Gallon. Or the opposite, trying to make it completely ridiculous and hope nobody notices. I'm still having to hover one or two of the cards because there's a whole lot of green.
That's probably the worst one to get a copy of. Just because it is already so much card draw. And
Yeah.
being a sigil, you can't play 2 sigils out on the same turn.
I think this Bartender bot might be an incredibly good card once people work out exactly what to do with it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, just having guaranteed Outcast, and you don't even have to play it that same turn, right? It'd be one thing if it was like draw an Outcast spell, and I mean, that just automatically makes it Outcast, but shifting it over to the left so you can play it as Outcast whenever you want is pretty phenomenal.
Put one of the expensive cards there and it doesn't mess up your hand. You you don't play many, you just play a really powerful Outcast card. I can't name which one it would be. I could check the card library in a second.
Well,
just put something powerful there and just leave it there.
I don't know that anyone's messing around with it in this theory crafting, but we did get a new Outcast card for Demon Hunter that is a 6 mana 6/6 rush or taunt or something, and it summons a copy of itself if it was Outcast. It is the Midnight Wolf. Yeah.
Summons a copy of itself. So you don't play many Outcasts, and you just play that as the top end in your aggro deck and drop your Bartender early on. And you just go, I'm going to kill you with all my stuff, and here's 2 6/6s to do it. Whether that's enough in modern Hearthstone, I'm not sure. Incredibly, of course,
It's certainly a solid turn 6 play, right? Get 2 6/6 rushes.
Oh yeah, it's not bad, is it? Walloper still exists, so you can do other Outcast things.
Yeah, looking
Bellerin still exists.
Looking at Tic Tac's hand here, one, I'm sure he's very annoyed here that he's not picked up the sharpshooter just yet. But there's just really high spell density, and so I'm wondering like what is going to be the right balance of sort of spells and Naga for a deck like this.
Right.
Obviously, Wayward Sage is fantastic because if you do get to outcast it, getting that mana reduction is going to be pretty huge for those big turns. And Load the Chamber, a little expensive to get a copy of. Just not hitting the right Naga here.
Something that's occurring to me watching this at the moment is, like, first of all, how incredible the card draw is, but secondly, how inefficient the minions have been, like in a couple of the games. I feel like you need to get a little bit more chip damage from your minions than Tic Tac's getting out of this. Again, he's won more games than anybody today, so take that into account. What I'm saying with a pinch of salt, but
And it is a control warrior that he's up against, right? So there's just a lot of clear for any minions he plays. So it kind of, at a certain point, just becomes more beneficial to save them for the big sharpshooter turn. And I think he's gonna have to win on that sharpshooter turn. I think Boomerang here is maybe not really thinking about the damage potential, and so hasn't just, played a heavy plate or something. And there's the sharpshooter. Yep. This is the turn. Just burning a predation even. You can see the deck is almost gone. It's just all about just getting that damage in. At this point, not drawing, just getting the extra 2 on each one of these procs. The second sharpshooter is going to really ramp things up. And I haven't done the math, but I've got to imagine that it's lethal. Not even playing the second sharpshooter, just throwing it back because it costs too much mana.
amazing. Bam!
And that'll do.
Whew. That went well. That went really well for Tic Tac. Glad we saw that happen.
Yep.
I love it. I'm seeing quite a few things that I love today. I'm a little bit of a fuddy-duddy. Sometimes I like things just to stay as they were, get used to my deck, play it for months on end and get better at it. But I'm quite excited by what I'm seeing tonight, I must admit. The Warlock deck and this deck both look like a whole world of fun to me.
Yeah, we've had plenty of time to get used to the stuff that's already around. Let's see some... Oh, wow. I don't know how often that's going to happen, but Scar on Curve looks pretty good. Talso here on the Elemental Shaman, which, I mean, this is just a Mordorish level payoff, right, in terms of being able to clear the board and do a ton of face damage.
Yeah, this looks like a pocket train deck on the other side as well.
But, I mean, we'll have to stick around for the next one, because this is just lethal.
Yeah. Bam.
Scar. Deal 7, deal 8.
Wow. Easy game. That's exactly how my games never look.
It's gonna be tricky, right? Because you have to play an elemental every single turn to really gain the benefit of Scar, and it's gonna feel so much worse if you have to take, turn 4 or 5 to deviate and do something different. So I think the strength of this kind of deck is really going to depend on how much you're able to do with your elementals. Things like Living Prairie are great for that because you get a pair of 3/3 rushes, right? So that's an elemental you can play that still does board clear kind of things. But you sort of have to rely on your minions to act like spells if you're going to be able to play an elemental every turn.
And the problem is, obviously, elementals have a lot of powerful effects, but you kind of got to play them all, and that's going to be problematic a lot. Yeah. Like the giant here, it never comes down before turn 4, ever, and that involves a coin and a 1-drop, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. So, which is going to happen quite possibly here if they can draw a 3. There we go.
Well, Brass Elemental is a good one.
It will be funny to me if elementals turn out to be good, because everyone who I've spoken to, everyone who's sort of I've chatted with, seen in chats, whatever, going with conventional wisdom that elementals always look good and never are. But once again, they look like they might be dangerous, but we shall have to see.
Yeah, I mean, certainly so far there's been an on-curve play every turn. We can coin a 4 into a 4.
Into giant on 5. I don't think we can get both giants down on 5, but
No, I mean, it's one of the fairer giants in that way, right? Sort of like Mountain Giant, where you rarely play multiples, but you can get it down on turn 4 still.
and
I
sea
guess,
giant you just now play on turn 1 or whatever you do in Paladin, like
sure.
pop it on the board and win. Yeah, you're dead right. It feels like this giant needs rush or something to make it truly silly, and giants are often truly silly with what they do.
I mean, what might happen a lot is actually you know, play them alongside a big thing later on. Like maybe you have a turn where you go Scar and drop a pair of Azurite Giants.
Can you play both next turn? It's each turn, right? It's not each minion, so no.
Right. Yeah, that's why it was 5 just now. So this next turn it'll be 4.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, well, do you want to go for the early giant or for not spending as much mana on it?
Yeah, double late giant. Yeah, it definitely feels a little bit fair. I mean, it depends what other nonsense they're doing, of course. An 8/8 backed up by some elementals that have lived for 3 or 4 turns and are already hurting you, then it's a problem.
Ooh. See,
Oh, nice.
Magatha's good, but we can't play it here, right?
Right.
So next turn you have to go for Bubbler and Magatha, something like that.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that the giant doesn't have a memory. Like, it's not your record number of turns in a row. It is before this turn.
Correct. Yeah. So if it's ever interrupted, you're in trouble.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming. I just suddenly realized I was assuming that and wanted to double check because it can be interpreted the other way as well. You have played an elemental 4 turns in a row, just not before this turn. So yeah.
Right. So yeah, while an elemental deck is sort of the perfect home for Magatha, I expect we will not be seeing very many Magathas played on 5 by an elemental shaman because they have to keep that chain going.
Yeah. Should set up a second chain, but if you're getting to turn 14, you've lost anyway, most likely. So.
But certainly, if you are able to just sort of let things run into the late game, you can just keep holding on to that Scar, and unlike, oh gosh, I forget the name, the Mage Rock card based on hero powers.
Mage Rock card based on hero powers. Oh no, I'm the worst person in the world to ask card
Mordrish.
names. Okay,
Unlike Mordrish, which just does 10 no matter what.
Yeah.
Scar can just keep ramping up and ramping up. So
This was a lot of work for a cheap 8/8. No, we've gone through 6 turns to get an 8/8 on turn 6 alongside a fairly mediocre minion. Like,
I mean, some
most
of it is
people should be able
just
to deal
doing
with it.
stuff you wanted to do anyway in terms of playing
Mhm.
minions. Not the best canary target, not the worst.
We're going to be sick of canaries in a year or two, but it looks fantastic, like Raven said. So we'll deal with it for now.
Yep.
Very
So.
powerful looking card. I suspect it's something that will just be fantastic as a closer in some aggro decks.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And the pool of treasures is not that big. So it's decent odds that you'll be able to hit any given one. Not reliable, but
Yeah. It's just Rogue going to find it so often.
ooh. Random 8 drop. I wonder if that will pull anything. Not sure.
I don't think so. Maybe there's an undead beast of some sort.
I mean, I guess there's the Cleave Beast. Right, that's
Yeah,
an undead and a beast.
that could be in there. So you play Magatha here, so you don't break your chain, right? On turn 8, that sounds like a good turn to play it.
Right. So you can Glacial Shard, drop some Shock Hoppers or something, or play one of the 3 cost. Yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. That'll do it. I think you just killed the Thunderbringer, right? It's randomly generated. Okay.
Yeah.
Not gonna take the risk.
They may have played already. They may have a better understanding of the deck. There may be something in there that we're missing. Or maybe they just didn't care.
Well, when you don't know and you're sort of limited on resources to deal with whatever gets summoned, kind of reasonable to just sort of go, oh, I'll leave it there for now. Patchwork and take out the other living prairie. That's kind of a big deal.
Have we seen the warrior triple patchwork played yet today? The thing that shuffles TNTs into the...
We've seen it. We have not seen someone actually draw all 3 of the TNT. But
Right.
we've seen it be played, and we have seen 1 TNT go off. It does occur to me now what one of the strategies may be for this elemental deck, which is with cold storage, if you're able to just sort of get by and keep the chain of elementals going forever, then Scar plus cold storage is a very potent combo.
Got it, yeah.
Not the overload cards also was necessarily looking for there.
So let's see if anything comes out. Disappointed.
Remarkable.
Yeah. Talso disappointed also. Like, just waited 2 turns with this and nothing happened.
I think Talso just maybe missed the fact that it was a generated Thunderbringer.
Possibly, yeah. Especially when you're streaming, you miss all kinds of things like that. You just assume that it's a real one. You're chatting with chat and so on. Sleepy Rhythm says that Meaty drew 3 TNT in a row.
I mean, that's going to happen sometimes.
Uh,
And when it does, that's a lot, right? You destroy 3 enemy minions, make them discard 3 cards, and blow up 3 things in their deck. So that's pretty massive swing.
I'm picturing what Meaty would do, but I think he's off camera today. That would have been...
Oof. And
amazing.
they're getting that Thunderbringer back. Now Talso at least knows that it doesn't summon anything, but it is, a big minion that has been resurrected with Reborn and Lifesteal. Azurite Rat, of course, kind of built to resummon the Death Knight legendary that costs 20 for a 6/3 rush that when it dies, mind controls a random enemy minion. So if you have sort of played and killed that off, when it's dead, it always counts as 20 mana, even though it gets reduced by things. So,
yeah, that's like a good card, obviously. Sylvanas that kills things. We like that.
Yep. Seems pretty good. And particularly when you get it back with Reborn and Lifesteal.
Yeah, and then you just... Yeah, it's a board clear. It's a board steal, basically. It's fantastic. I feel something that we're doing today that is good is one of the things of the current meta. A lot of the decks are sort of 1-card decks, and we've been looking at decks as a whole quite a lot today, I think. We've highlighted some of the better cards. Obviously, there's always going to be better cards and worse cards, but I do feel that we're looking at what a deck can achieve, not what 1 card can achieve a lot of the time. I'm enjoying that.
Sure. Yeah.
Or the 1 card needs to do things before your card is good, rather than just, hey, here's Odin. What should I do on turn 8? I'm not sure. It's a bit tough. Play me Odin. Okay. Now you have to actually set up your stuff with a lot of these cards. I like it a lot.
And Talso could have opted to cold storage the giant there just to reduce damage taken, but opting to sort of risk it for the biscuit, saying, hey, I really want a cold storage Scar if I can, so gonna wait on that, discover an elemental, get this beefy 10 or 10 cost 7/7 taunt, death rattle, summon a 7/7 taunt. It's an elemental from the path. That's kind of a weird thing, the battle cry on that 4/3.
Yeah, that's going to take me some getting used to. I can only barely remember cards from yesterday, let alone 6 years ago, but I'll get there. It's getting restless, by the way. They want the double jive to go off, but it's getting a bit hard now the 10/10 survived. Remember, these people are largely streaming, almost all of them, so you can go check out their streams. Maybe polite them, ask to double jive themselves.
Well, now there may not be many minions left to jive. We'll see. Brass Elemental is pretty good here, potentially. But maybe you just have to get the taunt in the way, clear what you can, and hope.
Yeah.
And you can brass and jive and pray.
What can you get rid of? You can get rid of... Yeah, I like it. I actually quite like it. Shame they've got a hero power that just takes away divine shields, but yeah.
What to do?
Okay.
Sure. Simple play. Throw down the big taunt. Remove as much other power as possible. Hope it's good enough. Reska would certainly end it here just by running in and stealing this.
Yeah. Pile of Bones. It's a card I was really interested in going today, even though it's a very simple, straightforward card. I was wondering how much it would get done, and it's impressing me. It's getting damage done all the time. It's just a really annoying card to face. Here's another 2. Take it. Sometimes the simple stuff actually is just better than it looks.
Ooh,
Oh.
Shredder is not one I have seen very often. I guess it's looking to copy either Reska or the Pile of Bones, so a little bit awkward that it pulled the Deathbringer one there. I think this is now the moment where we have to use the cold storage defensively.
Yes.
Right, because it also lets you rush in the rolling stone.
Yep.
I guess rolling stone still rushes for 2, even if you don't play the 1-cost card. But I've got to imagine we need the freeze here.
I wonder.
Trying desperately not to use it, because obviously that's looking like the win condition they're using.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you can do this. It has taunt, but you can play another brass elemental to clear this here and just sort of hope that. Nope, that's
Put it on
lethal on
board,
board though. Yeah, that doesn't work. Leaving up the 5/4 is too much. Because hero power and weapon are going to clear the way for this 5/4 to connect face. Bit of an anticlimactic end there, but I think this is kind of the thing that can happen, right? Is like just waiting on Scar the whole time. It was a little unfortunate that the overload cards off of those 1-drops were Jive Insect, not really the greatest hit, just very awkward to use and not reliable. With them sitting so long, I feel like maybe you should risk it for having Aragon play at some point earlier, but it's hard to say. And
Very hard to
certainly,
say.
game would have turned completely around if Scar was drawn.
Back to Clark and get your battle.nets open. I'm gonna drop another code in a minute. I'm gonna tell you when, but it's coming. It's going to be as is as well, given that humans got the last code. We'll just drop them as is. Give people a moment.
Clark with the ogre gang again. I have to say, seeing this a lot more than I expected.
I think it doesn't necessarily indicate that the Ogre Gang is good, although I'm not convinced it's bad yet. But it's something you have to try. I mean, it's something you have to try for a while because it's going to take a while to see what happens and if it's good enough. Of course, is the legendary payoff going to be enough? Yes, but how often do you get it? It's one of those cards that you're going to have to run multiple instances of to find out how good you think it is. Meanwhile, here comes. Yeah, there it is. Grab. Go. Go, piranhas, go. There's blood in the water.
Yeah, I mean, the ogres, once you resummon them off of the gang leader, right, the fact that they get Wind Fury with that rush means that there's a lot of potential for your opponent has a board and you almost turn the rush effect into charge, right? Because you just rush into all these minions and like maybe the 3/6 gives you the 3 attack or the 4/4, hit does the wrong minion and goes face instead. So there's kind of some like weird ways that you can take advantage of them, doing the wrong thing, right? Or whatever, or not the default to actually get face damage.
So there's the Midnight Wolf you were talking about a couple of games ago.
The Highlander Demon Hunter. It's happening.
Versus Wifey on the Priest.
Though Behemoth is actually a lot of stats to to soak up the Kurtrus shots, so it might be a little awkward.
Have you done one of these yourself? Or have you streamed one of these streams? Or taken part for a long time?
While back, before I was doing any casting work, I participated in one or two, but it's been so long at this point.
And about now, about 5 hours in, is when my brain started going, I cannot take this in anymore. I've seen so many new Hearthstone cards today. And it just got to the point where I was like, I don't know what to do anymore. I'm thinking about 135 new cards all at once. So some of these players might start to make a mistake or two now, is what I'm saying.
Sure. Well, and I think I see the reason now why Clark has gone for the Ogre Gang here in the Demon Hunter is that draw spell. It draws 2 rush minions and reduces their cost by 1. Since all of the Ogre Gang cards are rush, if those are your only rushes, becomes a pretty solid effect here. And hoping for the Divine Shield on this roll. Doesn't get it.
I love how that one's worded as well. It gets Divine Shield or Lifesteal. 50% of the time it gets Lifesteal instead. Rather if you get Divine Shield or Lifesteal, it's got to have you get Divine Shield, but 50% of the time you don't. Unlucky.
Right, yeah.
I love the wording.
I wonder if we're going to see a Kurtrus on curve here.
Ooh. We might. Oh, it's pretty disgusting on curve, isn't it? Because it can take out so much.
It's what, 12 damage?
Do death battles go off? Are we going to
They
get,
do not.
Revelers?
So if it kills, oh yeah, okay. So not amazing. It killed kind of the most likely things. It took out the Whelp, which was one shot, and it took out the Masked Reveler. So not a terrible hit in terms of getting rid of the Masked Reveler, but it looks like the other shots have gone just onto Cairn or the Behemoth without fully killing them. So they will enter damaged when they are played.
Cairn is on 3 and the Behemoth is on 6 health.
Sure.
So yeah, not the ideal opponent. Everything that Housewife is picking up has got huge amounts of health, and she's actually got a Kurtrus now. So at some point she'll be able to use that.
Oh, it looks active now.
Glowing, yeah. So she's playing Highlander Priest, and she could just use the Kurtrus to empty Clark's hand of all these 4/4s and 2/2s that are nice individual too.
Gosh. That one, and after seeing the stuff get reduced by 2 cost, right? Reduce all your minions in hand by 2. Now would be a pretty decent time to say, hey, let's try and get rid of some of that mana cheat.
I mean, you're never... I don't see why waiting for long would ever be good for very long. Obviously, getting rid of your opponent's Titan is probably a good exception to the rule.
Yeah, not exactly something you want to leave in play.
But
Pretty good top deck there.
what is Clark doing? I
mean,
mean, it's working. It's good.
It's just like
What is it?
value Highlander
Yeah.
Demon Hunter, right? Like we've never seen a Highlander Demon Hunter before, so it as you say, they're usually just all about card draw and consistency. So it's kind of weird to see like what people will come up with here.
Yeah, it might take a while. Like they've got so many powerful cards. Yeah, like that's what Clark's done. Obviously, just played them all. And again, that makes the ogres pretty good because they're okay stats. They do good things sometimes. They're pretty good filler for a lot of decks. I suspect at very casual levels, we'll see these played quite a lot as well.
Yeah, and I mean, with the new way that Arena has been set up, where you start your draft with drafting a legendary, and then you go from there. I can imagine every once in a while someone getting to draft the gang leader and just saying, "Okay, I'm gonna look for all these ogre gang cards and try and maximize it."
As has been pointed out in chat, Finley on the left is a really annoying card to have on the left of any Outcast deck.
Real bummer. Yeah, absolutely.
Makes absolute mockery of what you're trying to achieve.
But yeah, I mean, this is just Demon Hunter doing Demon Hunter things, right? The G-Lag has stuck in all parts, so it's getting a ton of damage in here. They're now 3 damage shots, so reducing this down to 5/3 means if one of these hits, it's gonna die. And Housewife needs to find, a whirlpool or some kind of board clear to deal with this. That'll do mostly.
You take that, except that there's a spell in the Akani, so it needs to be a little careful. Yep.
Yep. So it's a shame though. She would have liked to have that healing.
Yeah, because she's dead to hero power meta here.
Oh gosh, Metamorphosis, a card we haven't really seen intentionally played in a while. I wonder if it... Oh, that one's not even intentionally played. That was off of the Fell Spell Discover. I do wonder though, like, is Highlander the time where it'll make a comeback? I don't know.
I mean, we have plagues, so it can't get incredibly bad or good, whichever side of the Highlander debate you're on. It can't become too powerful because people will play plagues. They'll play the snake person that puts 2 snakes in your deck, or puts 2
yeah, 2 snake oils.
snake oils in your deck. There's something that I think that design team have learned over the years is put counters to things in the expansion where you bring them out. I think that's a really important thing that never used to happen, but in the last 4 or 5 years it has happened. Doesn't have to be a strong card that counts. It just has to be something that people can go, I don't want to lose to this. I want to stop it. And yeah, the snake oil salesman, I can't remember the name of it. The 4-mana one is a
that
very good way of
that
stopping
might
it.
be the one drop, but
Miracle snake person. I'll have a look.
no, I think you're right. I think the Miracle one is the one drop.
Makes sense because it's in Miracle Row because it costs 1. So
Yeah, Snake Oil Seller is the 4-mana 4/5 Death Rattle. Shuffle 2 tradable Snake Oils into your opponent's deck, and then yeah, the one drop is Miracle Salesman, and that's one that 1-mana 2/2 Death Rattle, get a tradable Snake Oil for yourself. That one I think is considerably better.
I think so too. Yeah, the other one's just a tech card, but it's nice that again, if Highlander gets too powerful, there's things you can do about it.
Well, that's a Dragon Golem. Fi might be free though. I don't know how many dragons have been summoned.
It's so crazy.
It's late in the game, so you're right. It's going to be very cheap, isn't it? Good to see Banterface streaming again. I think he took a little bit of time off. I might be wrong. After the Master Store.
Oh, yeah, so reduced by 4 and then reduced by the number of dragons summoned this game, so not too hard to get that down to... Well, not 0 this turn, you can get it down to 1.
I mean, it doesn't start off that expensive. For
No,
Druid,
it starts off at 9, right?
yeah, for a card that basically Reno's, like... It's old school Reno's. Got to be very careful how we use that phrase now, I guess, but yeah.
Oh, wow, the refreshing mana crystals there is pretty incredible.
That's Banterface turned to the dark side after the Master Store. He's just going to play Doomkins.
Yeah, pretty decent fizzle hand, and then you can go ahead and play that 5 for the removal and lifesteal.
Yeah.
Yeah, just being the player with an active nest is just so much pressure.
Absolutely. Dragon mirrors are going to become very, very grindy, aren't they, when they come back properly?
Oh yeah, lots of stuff going on board. Gonna depend, who gets the nest out first, who Reno's away their opponent's nest. It's gonna be a lot of back and forth. And I am going to confuse this taunt dragon so much with the other 4-mana dragon that deals 5.
Yeah, I've never been good on dragons. I'll learn them eventually. I think we might see this one quite a lot. I think we might get used to it pretty quickly. Yeah.
Yep, there it is. Just when reduced by 4, it just refreshes 4 mana crystals in general.
Lovely double prep dragon. It's our favourite dragon.
Although you do have to be holding a dragon. So, I mean, it's got to be the Yogg for a board clear, right?
Well, there's the Sheriff's active as well.
Tighter scrapes, Reno.
Yeah.
Don't know what's in the band, but this seems like the clear we've been waiting for. It's funny to be looking at Reno, and we call this a Reno deck, but there is no Reno Jackson to restore to full life. Those that's just in Twist and Wild right now. So A&R is
He
really
hammers
the big...
himself in the face.
Reach for the skies.
Yeah, I guess that's why the hesitation for playing Yogg these days is because you do get the board clear, but you also cast 2 random spells, and so that just comes with some risk.
Yeah, I had someone eviscerate themselves in the face for 7 a couple of days ago. I was never been more so delighted they were rogue, and I was like, yeah, I'm not going to win this. Oh, they just Reno'd themselves. Oh, they just yogged themselves in the face for 7. We take that. Goodbye.
Yep. And playing the 3/4 just for the taunt, but it's not good enough. Tumbleweed gonna clear the way, and Hero Power is gonna do it.
I only just clicked. He's playing Requiems. That's why they're busy emoting each other.
Sure.
Just yee-hawing away.
Yep.
Ah. Wow.
Yeah, the Druid mirrors are going to be some interesting ones to cast should it make the cut for Worlds in December.
Yeah. Do you think it will? It feels... I can't put my finger on it. It feels slightly not good enough, but only slightly. It feels like a very playable Hearthstone deck that you can definitely get Legend with, but it feels just a little bit... Here's a minion, here's another minion. Ha, I'm not doing anything particularly broken. Here's a minion. They're big minions. They're terrifying. They'll win some Hearthstone games. But
Yeah, I mean, it has potential to ramp very quickly and then just run away with things, particularly with that 7-cost dragon that makes a full board if you've got a bunch of dragons in hand. I think people are just going to have to do a lot of tinkering, figuring out what the best build is. Do you go Highlander from the start, or do you just run enough draw that you can play some of the Highlander cards later on, but use the really good Druid dragon cards? I mean, there's a 2-mana 2/1 that wild growths you, right? if you're holding a dragon. I mean, that's just a pretty
Yeah.
insane card.
Yeah, a 0 mana that's 4 mana in disguise. Yeah. So if you can keep the card draw going, if you can keep the discover going, if you can generate other Highlander cards anyway, any deck that can generate Highlander cards will be fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know if Reyestraza's portal can allow you to discover another Reyestraza. That would be a little bit silly.
Unlikely, but possible, yeah. You're not allowed to discover yourself, is what A-Device is getting at here, but maybe the portal isn't the same card as the Restraza, so...
Right. I mean, that would then create situations where you could maybe hold on to one so that, when an enemy Reno poofs away your nest, you can play another one.
Oh, Banter, put the ETC down and step away from the keyboard. It's perfectly legit, it's just...
It's interesting to see Wild Growth coming back. I think that means that Banter is on one that is full Highlander.
Yes, that makes sense.
Wait, did I say Wild Growth or Miracle Growth?
You said Wild Growth, but I knew what you meant.
Miracle Growth.
Else
A
did too.
card that is still in Standard, but has somehow not been good enough.
Also, all of his cards seem to cost 7 and 8.
Fine, about to be there anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just a massive mana differential, right? We're about to be on 8 to our opponent's 4. And this is why I say that we might see it at the World Championship, just because people like ramping. And there's a lot of powerful stuff you can do when you ramp to the high mana cost quickly. So
Okay. I'm certainly not saying we can't get it, but I want to see all the broken stuff it can do that isn't minions. Maybe, I mean, minions are
Sure.
broken stuff. If they're 8/8s on turn 4, equivalent of turn 4, they are pretty ridiculous, but let's see.
I'm just running out the Reyestraza, sure.
I guess it will matter how good the control decks are, how good Priest is, how good Warrior is at dealing with these repeated huge boards. And if those can't do it, I don't think the aggro gets there, although we did see Yala smash up a Druid in about 6 turns earlier with Rogue. Maybe you start running more direct damage, like Eviscerate style cards in the quicker decks just to finish your opponent off, and Druid doesn't quite get there quickly enough. If they have to run all this stuff, they're not running the current rake removal package.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to a lot of that direct damage just because the Druid seems to be pretty capable of building, walls of taunts. So we'll have to see just how good the aggro decks are at sort of snowballing an early game and then being able to get over taunts made by something like the Dragon Golem.
If you get to this stage against Druid and you haven't done significant damage and you're a fairly fast deck, you are not beating them.
That's pretty good, though. So that's going to burn a card for Banter, and he does not get to discover a dragon. And wow, so Funky actually on the triple frost. I wasn't sure, but that's pretty significant damage. And this discover actually doesn't matter because it's not coming into the hand anyway. Yeah, it may just be like Reno for the improved hero power. Could be. I mean, Dragon Golem isn't even that big a board here. There's only 2 dragons in hand.
I'm glad to see some Frost. I think that they got good excavates in Frost, and Frost is already playable. I'm not claiming you should go out there and play it to Legend, but I certainly... At lower MMR Legend, I'm facing Frost once a day somewhere, and it's not bad. And
Yeah,
it's
and
had good excavates added to it.
the new 7/7 just has me pretty terrified of some of the plays available to Frost, right? That you can play that 7/7 and Frostworm's Fury in the same turn. So
And another
already already the swing of 5/5 freeze your board was pretty big. Now it's 7/7 and 5/5 freeze your board.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly the play that I think makes Frost now a real deck again. I'm not even sure it isn't a real deck already, but with the new stuff, I think it's up there in the ballpark somewhere for me. Oh, here we go.
There it is. Not
Oh,
gonna play any
Disappointing.
follow-up just because I forgot it has taunt as well. Just look at that.
yeah, it's the big harrowing ox. It's one of the hardest words in the dictionary for me to say. Way too many R's and a W in there just to throw me off in case I get on a roll.
This desecration of the Titan's land stops here.
Stay alert, my children. Dangers. Time may pass.
Now we see
Is eternal.
Druid finally hitting its stride. It was able to gain some armor, build a board of taunts, just trying to make, hand space to even do all this.
I may have to revisit my opinion on the Dragon Golem. I thought that a wall of 3/4s wouldn't be quite good enough. But it's not been looking too bad tonight. Again, we haven't seen many control-y removal decks tonight, so that's swaying my opinion a bit. But
Sure. Well, and, it's kind of better in those situations than Spreading Plague was, right? Against something controlling, Spreading Plague didn't do anything because they didn't have any minions, and even if you got the summons, they were 1/5s. The Dragon Golem, is sometimes worse defensively because you have to have a lot of dragons in your hand, but it just is able to be proactive a whole lot better by, them being 3/4s and the summoning condition not being dependent on your opponent's board.
yeah,
And that location, I think, for Death Knights is just really spooky sometimes. The Ogre Fist Boulder.
just 5 mana to do 6 damage to the face.
I mean, yeah, like if you do it on your hero power, then it dies at the end of the turn. But 6
Hey,
damage to the
Frost, I
face.
don't care. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. The Ox failing has definitely not helped the cause here.
And so ETC pulling up a Smothering Starfish just in case of the expected Frostworm's Fury that could be coming out, right, to freeze the board. And then the discovered prize Promo Drake off of the nest, able to clear up the last minion. Yeah, I don't know. This, when you get the ramp rolling and are able to stabilize, Dragon Druid looking pretty scary.
Yeah. One thing they're not doing is gaining huge amounts of armor. They're gaining a lot of armor, but
Right.
something like Odin Warrior is just going to blow this out of the water, I would imagine.
Ooh, there's a 50-50 between this and the Ox. So, able to pick up that bit of rush damage.
Well. Likely there's a lethal here in amongst all this damage. Maybe there's not.
18-20 with the hero power, so just need 3 extra damage. I don't know if there's like the deal 5 dragon left in the deck that he could Finley for.
Reno?
Banter will know, though. And he'll do the right thing, I'm sure. Because he's Banter, and he always does.
Stay alert, my children. Dangers.
Alright, yeah. There we go, Finleying. So, sounds like it might be there.
Although now there's no
Yeah.
board space, so
Rake.
rake. Okay. Astalor, but no
Astalor.
board space.
Banter
Sure. Okay. There we
knows.
go. There we go. Wait. Is that? Then we can't hero power.
Ooh.
I don't actually
That
know.
must count.
It's quite
I think
enough.
it's still there. I think it's lethal exact. No. One
Nope.
off.
Yeah, I wonder if he might have had it without like playing the starfish. I guess I don't know what does the rat give taunt as well as lifesteal? There were so many effects on the Syndragosa there that I couldn't tell if it was taunted up in addition to the lifesteal reborn.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, if I'm honest, either. This is a lot of damage, suddenly.
And the
17.
starfish is used, so Frostworm's Fury looking pretty good.
Oh my!
Yeah, suddenly this becomes just incredibly awkward for Banter. I think he struggled a bit on like how many cards to play before the Finley, and it ended up, that nest taking up a board slot. We talked about earlier how board space has just become, so much more relevant these days. There's the deal 5 dragon. So
Oh, that's
I
only
think
to a minion. Oh, yeah, it would have been fine.
it's exact, right? You hero power your own Astalor?
To a minion. It's only to a minion.
Oh, enemy minion.
I didn't know earlier
makes
either
a lot
until
of
I
sense.
read it. I would have corrected you had I known.
Okay.
But yeah.
So all of that talk earlier was for naught. There was no no 5 damage dragon to be found.
I only know because I'm reading it in front of me right now.
That's comforting. It already is very, very good.
There's Yogg. Can we get a Yogg in play somehow?
Crazy. It just might work.
It's just Deathwing, right?
Yeah. I want a Yogg. That's not...
Wait. Now we can't Deathwing. Or okay, yeah.
Raven's on the case. It's Bazy Dragon.
Sure. It's much less clear though. I don't know if I consider this safer than playing Deathwing. I mean, I guess you get to keep your hand.
It's only one off lethal already with 3 cards in a frost hand. Okay.
Yeah, Primus. There we go. Yeah. Pretty good. Gain 12 as well, which Funky was on pretty low life.
Remnants of life.
Gain 12 and lethal.
All right,
Okay,
but
well,
that's going to be it for us. Time for me to get some dinner, and we're going to throw you over to the incredible duo of Raven and Sottle.
yep. I'll see you all in a while as well. I might throw some more codes in chat. Or I might leave it to Raven and Sottle to throw some codes into chat because, they've got to do nice things sometimes, right? But yeah, see you soon. Take care.
Hello. Yes, Raven and Sottle are taking over. Hello. Who do we want to check out?
We
Because
are joined by Mrs. Doubtfire. Welcome.
great film. What can I say? Okay, who do we want to check out? Because now that time's ticking on, we are seeing players like McBanterface, like No Hands as well, kicking on the streams. So we can jump into No Hands if you want, actually, since we've not seen what he's cooking up as of yet. Although I am a little bit worried that it's more Druid. Do you want more Druid? It
I
is
would
more
like to
Druid.
avoid more Druid
Okay,
if at all
Druid-
possible. But he's No Hands. It might be some sort of nonsense Druid and not
it
Dragon
isn't-
Druid. Okay.
I'm looking.
Just thought I'd check.
Well, hang on a minute. Is it nonsense, Druid? Let's watch a game of No Hands, because this looks like a little bit of nonsense. Let me make sure I have him on there. Wait, do I have him? I have him. Okay. He's actually just going into a fresh game right now. But yeah, it seems like a lot of people have gone for Druid, actually.
Yeah.
Which is pretty interesting. Oh, wait. Never mind. No Hands is changing the deck. It has some dragons in it, so yeah, it kind of was Dragon Druid. Okay, you know what? Let's jump over and see what... searching for an opponent. Okay, we'll check in with Zeddy. I don't think we've got him, see what Zeddy's up to. Zeddy likes to play some weird stuff. Fingers crossed, not slow Highlander Priest or something, but we'll see. We can check out.
Playing like super board heavy Beast Hunter. I played against him earlier when I was trying to test out Paladin. I don't know if
So
you've
you've
done the
been
same thing.
jamming.
I have, yeah. I unfortunately I was trying to play Sea Giant combo Paladin.
Wait, did you play against
And-
Donkey?
No, no. I
in-game,
think
by the way.
Donkey was spectating Lin, who I was playing against with Paladin.
Because Donkey
Yeah.
said, "Are you playing Paladin right now?" I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that was me,
"No,
that was
if
me.
I was playing Paladin, you'd just see it on stream." Like,
Mhm.
imagine if we just stopped doing
I
this
just
and
kept
that's just
drawing 1, 2, 3 aura and just killing people. I haven't drawn Showdown once. Like I played a
Oof.
Sea Giant a couple of times, but the game was over anyway. Like I was just playing old Paladin. I played against Clark. I played against Clark and literally just went 1, 2, 3 aura, killed Clark, and just for the sake of it, on the lethal turn, I just dropped the new shielded mini bot draw a card thing and just messaged him saying, "Hey, look, a new card." It was literally the first new card I played in the entire game.
Well, it's going to be Zeddy versus Warshak. We do get a Mage versus Paladin. And I'm going to assume, yeah, that like this is probably Highlander by the looks of things here.
Yeah, based on the fact that the lawful thing, whatever it's called, is in hand, then I'm assuming it's a slower deck that plays cards slowly.
That makes sense. Slow decks play slow cards.
Mm-hmm.
I do think we saw Highlander Paladin right at the beginning of the stream, so what feels like a long time ago now. But it did look okay value wise. It looked like it had a lot going for it. So I'm excited to see now maybe if some players have been playing for a few hours, if Zeddy's been looking at it a lot to see what it can do. But it's going up against Mage that's looked pretty decent if it just does magey things with a few excavates.
Yeah, just looking at this deck from Warshak, there's a lot of old mage going on in here. So I'm just I don't know if we need to get an admin to check the number of new cards.
Wait,
That's
I
going
can see one researcher.
Defrost.
Defrost. That's not a
Oh
mage
yeah,
card.
Defrost. Yeah, new card. Well done, Raven.
I just looked and was like, wait a minute, you shouldn't be here. But yeah, I know we talked about a lot of these cards last night with Lorinda, and I felt like the only one who had faith in the long arm, but we saw it on stream earlier on, and it was pretty good.
No, I said this card was fine.
I guess that's as nice as you get, right? This card's fun.
I was very excited about quite a few cards. Yeah. Decent card.
Is there been a card that surprised you? Yeah. Like something like you thought wasn't going to be good, but you've seen it hit the board, and you're like, oh, okay.
I'm trying to think. The ogre package in general has seemed better than I thought it was initially.
Did you expect
we've seen
the
a lot
sludges
of
to be good?
yeah. Yeah. The barrels, you mean? The barrels of sludge?
Yeah,
Those
sorry.
ones?
Yeah, as in like that mechanic, let's say.
Yeah, I think that package has potential, and I think from what we've seen so far, that's kind of where it is. Like they haven't really blown out games with sludges and stuff, right? But like, yeah, they seem fine. But yeah, we've seen a lot of like Highlanders playing the ogre package because it just fills up a lot of slots in the deck quite nicely, right? With playable minions.
They feel like very Highlander cards, don't they? They're just all right.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised at how often it's been like 2 ogres played maybe, and then Pud, and it's been good, like actively good, without 3, 4, 5, 6 ogres in the gang. So yeah, I'm pretty impressed with those.
I like this card, Dry Scale Deputy. I did not respect this card, and then we watched Demon Hunter, and I was like, oh.
Have you seen some Naga Demon Hunter?
Yeah, I purposely over the last couple of casts, like rotations, whatever, got some Naga Demon Hunter in, and yeah, this guy makes stuff happen. Again, I think it's what I was talking to you about yesterday, where it's the next time is so much stronger than this turn, right?
Yeah,
it's just fine. It just happens. So the Warshak getting work done, building up this board, keyboard doing its job, of course.
I worry about this Badlands Bandits card, Raven. Like,
I've seen it look good.
Slowish
once.
Paladin. Yeah, like Slowish Paladin played Discover cards, has 6 drops and 7 drops all over the place, and it's still like, look at this. This is not a card you want to play, is it? Like, your hand is still way too empty for it to be good.
You need exactly the Mirage in hand for this to feel okay.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, there's an Astral Serpent.
And I am using the words okay. Not great, but just okay. Because the one time I saw it look good was when the hand was nearly full because of Mirage.
It was actually like game 1 of the day, right?
Yeah, it was super early. Yeah. It was like game 1 or game 2, maybe. Something like that, yeah.
Well, some things never change. We might be in the new expansion. We might be in the Badlands. But it turns out reverbing Colossals and Titans is still really, really good.
Yeah, I think Badlands just isn't it. Especially when I feel like Paladin's got a lot of good cards. And I don't even think it makes it in the Reno list. I think there's a lot of other cards I'd rather play.
Now then, how much does this second hand of a dial cost? Because you could definitely well, one, you could legally rule it this way, where it's copied a card that costs 0, so that card does actually just cost 0 now, even though the copy comes from an aura. You could also mess up the code and do that accidentally.
Yeah,
Right? So
I
I'm
think
very
the second
curious.
one costs 2 if you play.
I think the second one costs 2 as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Look at Sandy Red thinking we don't notice he's not a dwarf. Silly kobold. So how would you rate
out.
this cast of that spell?
This cast of that spell,
Yeah, like you've just played it. What are you sat
extremely
thinking?
extra medium, so
Right,
extra
right.
medium. It's
Yeah, tasteless.
Yeah, you've addressed one of the 2 major problems that was on the opponent's board, given them full initiative with 3 minions left remaining, one of which drew a card. Like, it's not good, is it?
It's like in those sort of dystopian style films where they've developed food to only be a source of sustenance, right? Where like it has no taste, no flavor. It just is like, well, this does a thing that I need doing, I suppose, and that is it. Nothing more, nothing less.
I got so annoyed earlier when I was playing. I played a bit of Warlock, like Excavate, Barrels, OTK, Bounce, the Steel 10 health thing, Warlock. Which is very hard to build, by the way. I couldn't get it right at all. I got very annoyed when the gain 2 coins spell actually cost 1. That really irritated me. It cost 0 in my head, and then I saw it. And I was like,
that would have been OP.
Yeah.
No, Reno. Now, is it worth dropping? I feel like you just drop it because you can.
I feel like you just drop it because you don't have any better solutions to this problem.
What do these dwarfs do? Lifesteal, Taunt, Divine Shield.
Nothing. Like they're just Bloodfang Raptors.
Yeah, I didn't know if there was if there was a rush, we could talk about things, right?
Mm-hmm. There you go. Does cost 2 resets the second one back to 2. Always nice to check the mechanics.
Yep. I also keep getting surprised when Reno doesn't clear your own board.
Yeah, there's a few of those actually that are enemies only.
It's just funny because I just keep expecting it to just, blitz the whole board. I'm like, oh yeah, this is a good card.
It's something we've seen a real uptick in over the last, 2 years maybe, is like AoE tools that aggro decks can actually use because they're just deal 3 to all enemies, for example, those kinds of cards.
Or even like Ricochet Shot, right? Kind of.
Yeah.
So far, there's a whole lot of freezing and excavating potential going on for Warshack, but finally Spirit of the Badlands. I think this is the card. I mean, it makes sense because it's the Paladin Highlander legendary. But this is the card that really gets cooking with Paladin, because you think now, as long as you can sustain, you literally have infinite value, right? Like, unless something really weird happens, I guess. If, you play and then draw or something and do something weird, you just have that value.
You do so you get a ton of extra value along the way, but you still run out of value at the same time, right? Because once you draw the last minion from your deck, then you're not getting any extra copies of stuff. But you do get a ton more stuff along the way.
It feels... Sorry, infinite was the wrong word, of course, but it feels infinite. Especially if you can get it
Infinite means a thing, Raven!
Look, with the way people use literally, no it doesn't.
That's actually been added to the dictionary now, though. That's the issue. Can't really complain about that anymore.
What, literally not meaning literally has been added?
Yeah, literally meaning figuratively is in the dictionary, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that, but that's the kind of logic I'm here for.
It's good, isn't it? It's correct, though, because dictionaries don't make rules. They document usage.
Right.
So the fact that so many people do mean literally as hyperbole, it went into the dictionary, because that's all it does. It reports on the words that people use.
Yeah, the newspaper of books.
Yes, the newspaper of books. Dictionaries, the newspapers.
That's going to be... No, that is going to be the description of dictionary in the dictionary. That's the dream.
Well, if enough people start describing dictionaries that way, then they'll have to.
Nearly 5,500 people here. Look, guys, we can make it happen, okay? Dictionary, the newspaper of books. Go, spread the word.
This is way too glowing of a compliment to give you, but that genuinely sounds like something from like Golden Age Simpsons. To just start like dictionaries, the newspaper of books. I don't know why, but I can just imagine a minor Simpsons character saying that for some reason.
Yeah, don't want a main character saying it. That's ridiculous.
No.
Well, Rorschach is piling on the pressure. Let's do a secret check. Chat told me off earlier for not checking the secrets. I apologise. Counter spell, Vengeful Visage, and Azerite Vein. Careful with the Living Horizon.
Be careful.
Give him a freebie. Imagine. Wait, what did we get off it? Oh yeah, it was Golganath. Wow, that's a really good one to get from Azerite Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
Mistakes of the past rewritten.
Sent his own thing into the future.
Quick, grab a dictionary and check if it worked.
Got an important mission for you.
I've been sent to the future with one mission. What is it? Well, do you have a dictionary? It's like Terminator 6. Imagine casting Hearthstone.
Oh yeah, Maxitude. While we're on the subject of sound effects that I really appreciate, right? I heard you getting on board with the rock earlier. It was
well good.
worth it. The extra "poo" at the end of the turn when you play Infinitize is also excellent.
Because I always forget it's going to happen. That's why it gets me. It makes me I'm a little bit surprised, but I like it. Prismatic, gonna do work done. Like, this is so good as well. Deal 3 damage to all enemies, cost 1 less for each enemy minion. So suddenly it's 2 cost, deal 3, and it hits face.
Yeah. It's a card that when you need it will be cheap, right? Because it's just when you need to AoE a large board, it'll be cheap enough to do so. We're not even going to mention the Sea Giant combo, because I've mentioned it every 5 minutes.
Even when not on broadcast, just been sat there like, CJ again.
Yeah.
Still, Zeddy done a good job here of tidying up this board and dealing with the secrets at the same time. And again, I think that just shows the power of that AoE clear really helping out. Here it is, though. This card Sol hates.
It's really bad.
It was
It's
not
a very,
good the
very
one
bad
time
card.
I've seen it played today, I'll be honest.
It's,
Like,
look
look at that.
at it. It stinks.
What did it... Oh,
It's
no.
so
It got a
bad.
Canary Sol. Come on. Worth.
Okay, alright, fair enough.
Canary into Collapse, okay.
Just an outrageously bad Hearthstone card. So do you just have to Canary just tempo? Stay
I
alive?
mean, there's the deal 3. Although, oh, wait, no, not enough, right? I thought you had
Wait,
3.
what's
I thought
the
you had 3
remaining
left. Whoa.
secret?
Oh, I forgot about this. The main secret
What
is
was-
Visage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I forgot about we were living in the future.
So we're awaiting news on the dictionary.
Can someone tell me about the dictionary?
Our gift of the arcane enlightens us. Our gift
Okay, you're gonna get some armor, play a little bit defensively. Can't swing the weapon, which is important.
Yep. Yeah, I think denying hero attacks is probably where one of the few situations where the Excavate freeze spell for mage is really going to shine. I think that's when you can actually deny massive amounts of damage a lot of the
Yeah, I
time.
think Edelweiss-
Ooh, is that creation number 2 off the top? Ooh,
Yes.
maybe.
I think one of the first things Edelweiss said about that card earlier when I asked her was, it can hit face. Right?
Yeah.
Like, you can freeze face, and that is a big deal. Like, that is a difference maker in freeze effects, for sure.
Goodbye, board. Oh, I was only 5. Unlucky.
Hawk again. And the winner is Argus. Okay. So Zeddy under a lot of pressure here. It does have Astalor, which might help. Okay. I'm gonna go Amethyst instead.
Gets the copy of Amatus, yeah.
That's so much value. Like, this is what I mean with the Mirage. I feel like when you draw the Spirit of Badlands, makes such a huge impact on the power of this Highlander Paladin. Because if you draw it early, oh, you get so much stuff. Reverb, though. Ever-present threat from Mage.
Is that-
Warlock alike.
Is that worth? I guess it is, just because it's such a pain to deal with otherwise, right? With the 2 damage at a
Yeah,
time.
I think it's more about not what you get and more removing what they
Yeah.
have.
It's just such a defensive Titan overall, and I think Warshak is very much like going for the throat.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah, I forgot I had +2/+2. Never mind, I'm being really, really stupid. I forgot that was one of the options,
Lethal.
which is
Same.
simply lethal.
Shows how much being Subtle play Paladin, Titan. Am I right?
I don't think I've played that card a single time, no.
Yeah, I played it once, I think. And was just like, no, I want to lethal people quicker than this. Right, let's jump over. Do we have any other requests, any special requests from the chat as well? Oh, we can now go and check out No Hand. Never mind, I'm denying your requests. Because No Hands has jumped over to Shaman, and I feel like Shaman's been a bit neglected. So we'll check this out if we just jump in here.
I want to see more tumbleweeds blowing stuff up. That's what I
Yeah,
want to
did
see.
you catch the matchups with the Elemental Shaman that was being played? Because that
Yeah.
didn't look half bad. As we jump into No Hands versus Yarla. Didn't look bad at all.
Yeah, I went and hung out in Pocket stream for a little bit during my break as well. And Pocket was saying that he did well with Elemental Shaman as well. So who knows?
It looked like there was more elementals that were playable than I thought. You know, so you can just keep playing them and not fall behind, basically.
Oh, No Hands Yarla. Sweatlord matchup. This is what we want to see.
Yeah. Well, Yarla did, served the crowd earlier because he was the one who threw the rock. So
Yeah.
he has.
I think people went and infiltrated his chat.
Yeah, I told
to
them
demand
to.
that he
I was
threw the
like,
rock.
someone
Yeah,
quick,
yeah.
go and tell Yarla to throw that rock. I demand it. Yeah, I really like the cow elemental.
Yeah.
That one's
Cows.
very
Cows are the
good.
one.
And it has
Yeah.
cows, so
Yep.
it's like a win-win.
Yep. Good card plus cows.
Yeah,
That's
I mean-
it's a winning proposition. This Warlock skin's kind of sick, by the way.
Yeah. Gul'dan, but with red. I mean,
Yep.
tell me I'm wrong. It's Gul'dan, but it's red.
Yeah, there is a slightly higher bar for, talking for a living than just saying things that are true. That isn't the only criteria that you're supposed to meet.
It's literally red Gul'dan. Yeah, again, I've been seeing it constantly in chat where people are just saying like the artwork feels like it keeps just getting better, which is impressive because it started off pretty good too.
Yeah.
All Glugs available. Next turn.
I think it bleeds down as well, right? Like, certainly for me, like, I'm not someone that pays tons of attention to aesthetic stuff in the game, but when, like, signature cards, for example, get released, you kind of have no choice but to look at the art, right? Because the art is so prominent, and then because you start looking at that art, you're like, oh, wow, that's really good. Then you actually do subconsciously start to pay attention to other stuff more as well.
The only thing that hurts me is there's the signature old gods, but they're obviously not in standard. But the signature old god cards, oh, amazing. They need to bring them back. Just chuck them in.
Not sure I'm with you,
chuck
honestly.
them in this patch, it'll be fine.
Yeah, what's the worst that can happen?
Maybe a big, I'm not gonna say clear, but oh wait, yeah, with the weapon. Sorry, yeah, of course.
It clears with the weapon,
Very
yeah.
nice. No Hand's not messing around.
Yep.
And now there's
You've
just
got the horn. Anything is possible.
tumbleweed, glug. There's the walking mountain. Suddenly, this is looking pretty good for no hands.
I've just realised the incoming problem. You know how the whole community has got into the habit of calling anything that heals you for a million Reno?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like if you do spell damage, unleash fail, that's a Reno, whatever. Like this walking mountain is a Reno because it's got Mega Wind Fury and Lifesteal. We can't really do that anymore because it's going to be weird and ambiguous. We can start talking about, oh, he needs the Reno this turn. Reno's actually back. Like there's literally Raven, a card called Reno now.
We can do it, and I'll tell you why. Tradable cards.
I mean, yeah, true.
We just say
They
trade and
clearly don't
expect
care
people
about
to
our
know.
lives, do they?
Yeah. Who's gonna trade this? Wait, what? this?
Tradable.
8 armor deal. Okay, nice. Yala going full defense, full value. I expect nothing less from Yala. And now no walking mountain this turn.
Yeah, the stolen mana crystal is actually doing
Yeah.
some serious work right now. There's been 3 other cards named Reno, right? But they're not in the standard set right now. And now the one is. Also, has there been 3? What's the third one? What's the one I can't think
Pew
of?
Reno, Heal Reno.
Yeah, Vanilla Reno, the
Pew Pew.
like the original hero Reno.
Yeah, and then there was the
Oh, and the
Mage
shooty one.
Reno.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
I don't think there's been any cards named Reno Stair. Ace. I think that might be next year.
Only 4 tram cars? Pathetic.
Alright, Seymour. But now is the Reno Elemental. Gonna be good enough. Did you come to any conclusion on Gaslight, by the way? The card?
I
Shuffle
don't.
your hand into
I don't
the
like it.
plot twist?
Yeah, I don't like it.
Okay.
I remember doing. Someone did the maths, or maybe I did it. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. On like, if there's a card in your deck and you need to draw it, like how much more likely plot twist was to get you the card than just draw one card, for example. And it's not that much higher. It is higher, but it's not that much higher.
Look at this.
But if you're going to be in scenarios like this, oh yeah. So it's a very different effect from Finley, right? Because Finley can say, okay, the specific answer I need is not in these 9 cards. There's a very good chance it's in the bottom 9 cards that are remaining, so I'll swap.
And also, Finley costs 1.
And Finley costs 1, yeah.
Sure. Enabled this turn. In this one exact circumstance, of course, but still.
Yep. So, like, Finley, yeah, I absolutely get behind Finley as a card in a lot of decks.
Also, with Thunder, this could be kind of interesting. Because, I guess it depends how many other elementals, but I imagine the pool is probably pretty small, especially with the Neptulon in hand.
Draw 6, draw a minion, remove 6. Not it. Yeah, for people seeing that for the first time, it empties the board is the word it uses. So it doesn't matter if it's anything that uses a board space. It can be a location, it can be Sargera's Portal, it could be Reastra's Dragon Nest, anything that takes up a board space. Dormant minions as well.
Dormant. I was just going to say, yeah.
It's gone. And nothing is destroyed. It's just clean sweep.
It's noped.
Yep. So, Excavate on this Death Rattle doesn't activate, for example.
Does offer Thunder bring... the purple is... What is the purple? 3 cost, okay.
Well, I guess those frogs are pretty.
So no res, correct, yep.
Put Elixir into Thunderbringer. I like this.
Always nice. What's in the box?
Yeah, maybe we can find out. Do you think there's any beasts?
Is there more elementals? We've already got Neptulon in hand. What
Yeah.
got shuffled back
The
in from the
Walking
original
Mountain,
hand? Do you
Reno.
remember? Oh, of course, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what I was
Reno,
saying.
yeah,
Like
right,
with
of course.
Neptune in hand, is there only the Walking Mountain left?
Reno is literally an elemental.
Yeah, and it's literally in the deck, and it's literally
Yep.
going to get drawn from this horse if it does. On the top here, maybe hard to see some of these cards, but it just looks like a whole lot of removal. Basically, removal each way. The likes of Eradication, Gigafin being some of the main ones. But the problem is they need to remove this horse and then Gigafin. In a perfect world.
Yo, that's lethal, right? 4 and 5. Yeah.
No, if it
Perfect
summons a
treasure. Drain soul through.
Did not summon a taunt.
It did not summon a taunt. Oh, there's a fish in the deck.
Piranha's like, hey, I can help.
That's actually good. I'm glad I've seen that now because schooling is a really good card and will be in most shamans.
Yes.
So that is something that you have to think about. If you schooling the piranhas back into your deck, you have beasts in your deck that aren't the ones you put in there deliberately.
Yeah,
Good
for
to
sure.
know.
I think we're going to stick around. You're going to do another shaman, right? That deck's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'm down,
Stuff.
sure.
Yeah, definitely. No hands. Definitely someone we know is going to pilot well. So we'll see. He's searching for opponent, as you guys can see. So no point. You don't want to see me in Saul's face as time's ticking on. What we in now? Nearly 6 hours of the stream. Yeah, we're looking more tired. Gonna go up against Fishu. I don't think is Fishu on my list.
Bless you.
Oh wait, yeah. Sorry guys. 1 second. We will go to cameras. Give me 1 sec, because unfortunately the spectator messes me about a little bit and doesn't let me spectate the opponent. And I know you guys like it. So, where did no hands go? And again, everyone, reminder, all of these players are streaming. So make sure to go and check them out, show them some support, give them a follow, especially if there's anyone you've liked the look of, any decks you think that have impressed you. Go and ask them questions about the deck. Go and check it out and go and see what's going on over in their streams. Really big, cool community event. I really enjoy doing these. So yeah, make sure to go and support the streamers as we do get into this fish shoot on Mage, no hands on Shaman, of course.
Eesh. Somebody comment on Soto's background. Yeah, agreed. I nearly pulled the green screen up, but at that point, you're giving in at that point, aren't you? You're gotten to at that point.
Yeah, if we let chat win, I would have been saying Shaman a long time ago.
Exactly, yeah.
Hold your ground, Sol. Hold your ground.
Yeah. I would point a camera at a part of my house that isn't full of packing boxes and cardboard boxes and random bags, but unfortunately, that part of my house does not currently exist.
Okay, early Finley. I mean, the hand not too impressive here from no hand, so makes sense. Tumbleweed.
Everyone loves a good tumbleweed.
I think that has been a fan favorite so far. Not only because I think the card's good, obviously, but the animation is just top tier.
How does it work? I know I've seen it, but does the tumble? I wish the tumbleweed would roll across the board and clean everything as it rolled over it. That'd be cool. But it's slightly separated animation. I think.
Oh, okay. You mean exactly as the tumbleweed hits?
You know,
So the hitbox is
comedy
off.
tumbleweed rolls through a scene to indicate that there's nothing there. It just slowly rolls across the board and just deals 6 damage to everything that it touches very slowly.
What if it was just agonizingly slow?
No, that's
really slow. You're like, come on, it's been 5 minutes already. It's only halfway.
That is kind of what I'm asking for, yeah, which I appreciate is a terrible thing to actually put in a game that 2 people have to play against each other, but This card, by the way, is a lot of stuff in one card. Dr. Holiday.
For the weapon?
Yeah, the 4/5 body, you get a 1/1 immediately, and you get to attack for 2 immediately. That already, for what you do for 5 mana, is pretty good.
And you
And
get
then
to
you
do that
still have this
9
absurd
times.
weapon left over afterwards, yeah.
Oh, when frogs attack. Do you remember the relevance of this token, Sol, to our lives?
The relevance of this token to our lives.
Oh, if it hurts me, that's not an instant response, Sol. Feel personally attacked.
Why? What am I missing?
Remember Team Hex?
Oh,
Frog
sure.
face?
Okay, yeah, fine.
Yeah, super cool team, me and Sol, and a couple of others from the UK made to compete in Hearthstone. Had that symbol, the Hex symbol, hence the name.
Mm-hmm. Got very confusing because a card game called Hex then came out
Yeah,
fairly
yeah, it did not
shortly
help us, did
afterwards.
it?
No,
The brand was off.
branding was all over the place.
Yeah. We decided to not go down the lawyer route.
Tumbleweed just rolls through the board, and when it reaches the other side, one guy loses randomly after like 5 minutes. There are some people that would enjoy that more than like an actual game of Hearthstone.
Oh, I'd love it if a tumbleweed rolled across, it hit the first minion and just didn't do anything because it's tumbleweed.
Yes.
It's just like, well, this isn't going to do anything to me, is it? It's tumbleweed.
Minions all just look around like, yeah, what were you expecting?
Yeah, tumbleweed's
You threw a
like, look, I'm
tumbleweed
trying.
at me."
I'm trying. Oh. Big Blast Mage Mine.
Will it do anything?
Oh, yeah,
It did
cleared
it.
the board.
It
It only
did
took
it,
2 of them.
yes. And he took 2 of them in an actually full hand. And it managed to clear a board that No Hands has paid nothing for.
What do we even have down here? Fan the Hammer. Okay, nice.
Wait, resurrect all minions that cost... That'll get all the frogs back, right?
That seems fine. Frog attacks, go.
I don't know how the tokens scale though, right? Because these, when they appear, they don't have buffed. Like those
Yeah,
are
it's
showing
just a
vanilla
4/4,
stats,
right? Yeah.
But does that now cost 4? Yeah, okay. So it costs 4, right? Okay, so it'll only bring back the 1/1 and the 2/2. Do the holiday minions grow further when the weapon is re-equipped? Good question. Let's look at some wording. My favorite thing in the world. Come on.
Look at Canary. Canary's been an absolute savage today. I think it's killed more minions than it's sapped. There is a tumbleweed.
Stuff known frogs. After your hero attacks, summon a 1/1 frog with taunt. Each frog is bigger than the last. So mouse over the weapon that's on the board right now. What does that one say?
Summon a 5/5 frog.
Yeah, don't know is the answer to that question. Interesting.
Or maybe
My
that's
guess
just
is that it would go back.
Maybe that's just some life wisdom. The final line on the weapon. So you know, each frog's bigger than the last.
Yeah, it's frogs all the way down.
Yeah, that's starting to get scary now, though. It's 5/5s. Well, it's great. That's legendary, isn't it? No. Oh.
Yeah, this is a thing that, like, you know,
It's so
chat will
hard to
argue with each
track.
other about, because you can quite happily rule it either way, right? You can rule that the frog buff is an aura that is tracked on your side of the board, in which case the new weapon picks it up and keeps it going, or you can rule that it's tied to each specific weapon. So either one of those is valid. We'll just have to see how it works.
Yeah,
Essentially.
it's one of those where it's like, oh, it turns out the game decides.
Exactly. Yeah, the game is the referee.
Oh, 6 cost walking mountain. Okay. No hands on. I have no idea what spells are left, of course.
The number of like really slow grindy games seems to be going up a lot towards the second half of the stream.
Well,
Maybe it's just these boring Americas players don't understand how to kill people.
Well, I don't know if it's me or not, but when I looked overall at the set, it didn't scream aggro to me. And maybe that's the nature of
I
it
agree.
being Reno focused, but honestly, there wasn't like, oh my god, this deck's gonna crush in like the first 3 turns of the game. It's like, no, they're all just kind of value cards. It feels like.
Leo confirmed it restarts at 1-1 on a new weapon. Okay, I will take your word for it. Based on absolutely nothing. It's a leap of faith. I trust you, Graham CA.
From one lily pad to the next, it's a leap of faith. Was that not Graham? Grahamka?
Graham crackers?
Yeah, Graham crackers.
If you buff the weapon, it continues to make bigger ones, yes.
Yeah, because the weapon just keeps swinging, right?
Yep.
Nothing too crazy on that one. What do you make of this snake oil?
I haven't seen it do anything yet, but I do know, like, I am aware of all the hypothetical applications where it can do powerful things. So I'm not saying I'm ruling it out. I just haven't actually seen it do anything.
Do you think it needs to do something crazy to be played? Or
I think you need upside in your deck. I think you need upside in your deck on top of just a tradable.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. Generate a random going down swinging with this weapon? Yeah, sure, that'd actually be pretty sick. Just vomit frogs everywhere in one turn.
Oh, look. Inquisitive creation. Doing what it does best.
Unlucky.
I love that I'm just seeing a frog survive.
Yeah, the frog's just the biggest minion now. I was reading chat and didn't see what happened, and now chat are just talking about something with Neptulon, and I didn't. So, like, apparently no hands just didn't do something with the Neptulon. I'm not sure what that was.
Why didn't he swing Neptulon?
Use your words, chat. Tell me what happened.
Can you trust him, though?
Well, I'm trusting Graham.
Who?
I'm trusting Graham.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oof. That was a pretty good Yogg. There's also just a push for 5 this turn, right? Wait, does Tumble hit face? It doesn't, right? No, okay, yeah.
Minions, yeah.
That would be so sick. If it's just 6 damage face go.
Badman didn't do the thing with Big Fish Man. Got it. Thank you.
Oh, now I understand.
Mm-hmm.
What about Big Frog Man, though? Look at that. That frog is stood next to that mountain, and it doesn't look small.
Traded the Murloc instead of attacking with Neptulon. Okay.
Oh. Objection.
Get Phoenix righted.
Mm. This frog is currently one of those, like, characters you see in all sorts of, films, anime, or whatever, that's like a pacifist, but secretly the most powerful character in the whole world. It's just like, hey, I don't fight. I like run a bar or something, but secretly, like, you could kill everyone with one touch. Oof. Fan the hammer.
It literally soloed. Like, the frogs and the weapon just soloed. Just played it on 5 and really did not have to do anything else.
Yeah, that
Remember way back in the days of DreamHack, right? Like in 2015 Hearthstone, when if mid-range Paladin played against Control Warrior, they literally just had to press the hero power every turn and they won the game. And then I think I was casting with you and Nimsh, and I was trying to convince Nimsh, no, all you have to do is press the hero power. The matchup is unlosable. And Nimsh said, no. I'm like, watch. I can't remember who it was. It was a good player. And I was like, all they're going to do is press the hero power. That's all they did. They just pressed the hero power. Control Warrior exploded because that's just how the game worked back then. Obviously, I miss Lethal there for the content.
Yeah, you see that subtle. Chat does not. Just to let you know, chat, he missed Lethal for the content. He just messaged me. He wanted to clear his name. No Hands Gamer. So there you go, chat. Name cleared. We're gonna go check in with Pizza again, another streamer on the the Americas side of town that is joined us towards the back end. of the day. So let me just quickly get the spectate. Looks like Pizza's got... Oh, do I not have them?
But anyway, point being, with where the power scaling is now in the game, what you need is a 2/9 weapon that summons an even larger frog on every
Yes.
turn, and then you don't have to do anything else.
But you know what makes me laugh about that card? I feel that card will be more acceptable because it's a frog. If
Like
that was
people
a
get less
warrior
mad at
or-
it
Yeah,
because it's a
exactly.
frog?
Yeah. If it was
Yeah.
anything else, like a Jade character, maybe, people would be
Sorry.
less upset.
That's just really popped me in chat. Do you know what happens when you hit a frog with lightning? It
Oh.
really it just got me. It's perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Oh, what a line.
Someone wrote that.
What a silly movie.
I liked it though. I'm not gonna lie. I liked
It was
it.
alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
For when it came out as well, right? I think that's the biggest deal, isn't it?
Yeah.
Raven is so based. Thank you. I've never been referred to as based in my life.
First time for everything.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I can. I'm happy now. Then I'm turning off the stream. It's over. It's only downhill from here.
Same thing that happens to everything else. Yep. Someone got paid to write that line.
Oh, I was gonna make a bad joke, but I shouldn't. Either what? Wait, what's this card on the? Oh, okay. Yolla. This has been really good. Have you watched some of the Demon Hunter games? The sharpshooter combos.
Yeah, I've watched
This-
a couple. I played
yeah.
against it once as well, I think.
This seems very scary. This deck. This Demon Hunter, I think, is one of the decks I'm actually confident that we will see in the meta when the game, when the expansion's out, like consistently.
Right, bear with me. I'm gonna sort out a little something for chat.
Ooh, did you hear that, chat? Something. Dark side? I don't know. Is that the word? Well, Tomb Train gonna help clear up the board. It'd be interesting here if Pizza can, stop the push here. 16 health already on turn 4, going into turn 5 is not really where you want to be at, but Death Knight does have some sustain.
All right, chat. Listen up and listen good. This is your mission if you choose to accept it. You have to take the first 4 characters and swap them with the last 4 characters, and then it will become a valid code for a mega bundle. Good luck. Swap the first 4 with the last 4.
Yep, Swapperoo. There is only one bundle though, even though it's been pasted a few times. Just gonna reaffirm.
This is just the subtle style of doing things. I like doing this because I think people get really good at like copying a message immediately when it appears. So if you spam, it like moves out the way of their cursor.
Oh,
immediately,
yeah.
you see? Yeah, like equalizes the playing field a little bit.
Does this
Yeah,
beat
swap the
boss?
first 4 with the last 4.
Well, Pizza would love to swap health with his opponent because currently sitting on 6 and not really been able to achieve too much at all. When we were talking about everything seems very value-based, Demon Hunter has been the deck so far, or this style of Demon Hunter at least, has been the deck that stood out as the bursty aggro deck.
Sorry, that message won't go through, but I got all 5 party is quite funny.
Yeah, I also chuckled as I saw it pop up. The joys of now wielding Twitch swords. Am I right?
I know.
I was
that
slow,
you,
but I
Snurf and
accept
Turf?
my loss. Fair.
All right, can all of you like bot pilled people in the chat just read what this is? A human person, a real life verifiable person got that code. Okay,
Literally a human. Wait a minute.
literally a human.
Oh no, does that mean it's a bot? I'm so confused now. Oh, brilliant.
An alleged human, yeah. Fair. Smurfs are not human. Also a good point. A blue humanoid being.
Get ready for your justice.
Okay, well, we are going to go into what appears to be a rematch here and see if Pizza can do any better with the knowledge of what Corbett's running. Again, not sure how long Pizza's actually been playing tonight, so I don't know if that was maybe the first run-in with the Demon Hunter of that style. So maybe he can use that knowledge, and pretty decent opening hand as well.
Interesting. So some sort of like unholy excavate aggro
Yeah.
DK. Okay, sure. Sign me up. I did try and play the excavate warlock more as an aggro deck, like with flame imps in there and the 2/2 shoot for 2 thing, and just cut like the defiles and the AoEs and stuff, and just tried to curve out. That didn't work particularly well either. Did struggle with what like the good build of that deck was, but the package itself, like when you line up the cards in the right order, it does very powerful things. It's just what the other like 15 cards around that are, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what DK can do. Yo, double Slither Spear. All right, calm down.
I'm currently doing things subtle. If you're wondering why I'm quiet for a second, apologies.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware you did things.
What? I've been doing things all night.
Yeah, 0 mana Dead Air is pretty reasonable here, I think. Keep on excavating. Oh, Canary alert, Raven.
Yep. It does look cool, doesn't it?
It's a bit backwards, actually, isn't it? Alert, there's a canary. It's the canary that's supposed to be doing the alerting, doesn't it?
I like the way they gave it a hat, though, with a little light on it.
How would it be able to see the gas otherwise?
Throwing away my shot.
How canaries work, right?
Yeah, I thought you were going to just stop at C, and I still would have laughed a little bit, but the gas was extra. Didn't see it coming. Neither did the canary.
The gas! It's coming right for us! What's the code for? The code is for a mega bundle for the new expansion, which is 80 new expansion packs, 10 golden packs, 20 catch-up packs, and some other assorted cosmetics and legendaries and little nice things alongside it as well.
Yeah, stuff. And with the new open all button, oh, we're going to have a good
Honestly,
time. We're going to have a good time.
I'm going to have a religious experience, genuinely. For how long I have banged this drum.
I got to the point where I just put like my phone onto my space bar and just walked off.
Well, I literally just wrote a script, so then like put it on Twitter and went, "Here you go. Here's a script that opens all your packs for you."
I didn't know if it did other stuff as well, so I didn't use it.
Yeah.
So I was like,
all those fools that downloaded that file.
run this script on your PC, Raven. It'll be fine. It's like, I'll just lean something against my space bar. I'll do it the old-fashioned way. Again, a lot of pressure coming out here from Corbett. And just bullets flying left, right, and center.
A lot of references in this expansion, by the way. Let's see, Hamilton, Toy Story. There's a bunch that we found in flavor text yesterday when we were doing the card reviews as well. Bon Jovi was one of them, for sure. I remember the Living on a Prayer reference.
Was that for a cow card?
What was it?
Just because Bon Jovi sounds like bovine, kind of.
Chat, what's the card with the Living on a Prayer flavor text?
Don't cows live on prayers, potentially?
Favorite Germa reference? The only reason I know anything about Germa is because Doug talks about Germa. I don't actually watch Germa. I think I would like Germa's stream, but I've never actually watched it for more than a bit. That's not true. I watched the House Flipper stream that Doug was on, which was on Germa's stream. Outside of that,
Mr. Bovine Joni, exactly, see? Writes itself.
Living Prairie! Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Yeah, Living on a Prairie.
Giant Enemy Spider? I don't think that's a Bon Jovi song.
It'd be a banger if it was, though.
Sounds like some kind of alternate album. Pizza is doing a bit of a better job here of hanging on. Not quite as in a brutal position as we saw in the previous game. Does have collapse as well, which is going to be really good.
Oh, that's the German reference on DK's, but I got it. Well, Pizza has got through the initial wave of Naga and is at a very high health total, so can resist a good amount of burst coming out from Naga DK if Corbett's deck is so inclined to be doing that. Can we have a look at the 3-mana treasure, please, requested by chat? No, that's dead air.
Oh, sorry. I was, to be fair, I was looking at OBS because I'm trying to do something else, but it's collapse. Deal 3 to all enemies. Done.
Something that I find myself having to poke Raven about on a fairly regular basis, actually. That's dead air.
Enough time. If 3 rights make a left.
There's a lot of disparate things going on in this pizza deck, isn't there? We've got like Death Rattle package with the Yodeler, we've got some Plague stuff going on, then we've also got the Excavate stuff going. There is a lot happening.
I was glad you started talking again.
Oh, so I didn't realise we were playing. Oh, my bad. I guess you won. Yeah.
Well, you started it.
I'm not sure I did.
Yeah, you always have to poke me about dead air. Of course I'm not going to talk. I think the weird thing with this Demon Hunter Death Knight deck is that I'm not really. Well, what's the end game here?
Right.
It just looks like it's just got stuff to not
right?
die right now, which is, you know, we've seen worse end games, I suppose. What happens when you draw a plague when Dry Scale Deputy's Battlecry is active? I don't know. I haven't seen it with my own eyes yet.
I suspect you get a copy of it in your hand that doesn't activate,
Like a playable copy.
If you drew it from Finley, yeah. Sorry, if you acquired it from Finley. Can't say drew it from Finley because that's exactly the point. It doesn't draw them. Here we go. Are they dead? They look kind of dead.
This
NGL.
Demon Hunter looks quite good, doesn't it? I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, momentum. We've drawn enough cards. Momentum again. We've drawn enough cards. Got any more? Got any more of them damages?
There's some damage. That's 11. And that's enough, right?
Carry on, my wayward sage. Yeah.
Oh, wait. What?
The clutchest of it. Never mind.
No, might as well.
Oh, that would have been so sick if
Yeah.
the Blood Plague just pulled you out of range at the last moment.
Wow, just like that. Honestly, Demon Hunter looks so strong. I actually can't believe it, how well it's doing. I am going to go now, and Edelweiss will be joining you. I'll slink away into the shadows. Enjoy.
Sweet.
Hello, hello.
Greetings.
Raven is banished to the Shadow Realm. So
Just where I like him. Have you been playing some games in your time off?
mostly building decks. So bad habit I have. If I haven't built all the decks beforehand, then that's just like what I'm doing is looking through the collection and working on building all kinds of stuff. But
Okay.
yeah. Demon Hunter definitely looking strong. Warlock also another deck that's looking quite strong, particularly the Excavate one that we see Zeddy on here. I don't know.
Did you
that's
try
to
and
make-
build Warlock in your adventures? Because
Oh, yeah.
I spent an hour or so trying to do it, and I couldn't get anything I was like super happy with.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just have to not overthink it. Like, just
But I
play the
want
Excavate
to.
cards, play a bunch of clears, play the bounce,
Mm-hmm.
and that's just sort of good enough because you don't need to look for a win condition when the snake just gets there.
Right.
I think what's going to be kind of the interesting part of games with Warlock is at what point they're like, okay, I actually don't have to clear because I'm just going to play snakes. Oh, this
pretty
is
sick,
fun.
to be fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very Zeddy thing to do, but it is pretty
Oh,
sick.
absolutely.
Yeah. And you get the second 12/12 from it, and you replace your hand from the discard draws.
Ooh, yeah. That's pretty spicy. Yeah, I think like for the sake of theory crafting, people are doing this thing of running the sludges and the excavate stuff, but I think both decks are better if you just focus on one.
So crazy, it just might work.
Kind of put Deathwing in jail. And did that just didn't kill any of them. I guess this is gonna be the tricky thing with Kurtrus, right? Is like it can sometimes be better than other hand disruption cards, but other times it just doesn't actually kill anything.
Our gift of frost shields us.
Man, that was not a very good response to that board, was it?
Nope, still 12-12 in play. There's a lot of armor.
There is a
Looks
loss
like-
of armor. Yeah.
Meowth has only been snaked once, so. Second 12-12 off the Forge. I feel like Forge has got to be one of the best cards in Warlock now. I mean,
It's so good, yeah.
like in this case, yeah, late game, obviously getting a bunch of 12-12s, but there's multiple ways of just having a turn 4 7/7 rush now.
And even the curve, like it's less powerful than the 7/7 taunt, but just even the curve of that into the 4/5 excavate taunt, right? Like you just get a whole second 4/5 with rush from your excavate taunt. It's pretty sick.
Yeah, yeah. Man, Demon Hunter mostly damage-based board clears though, so
Yes.
gonna be a little challenging to deal with all this.
Especially if like the first 4 shots all go face. What? How many of those went face? That's outrageous. I think out 4 targets and like nearly half the shots went face. That's kind of gross.
I mean, it does mean you can make things a little scary for Zeddy by like killing the 12-3 and going face for another 4.
Agreed. Yeah. Just apply a nice somebody else's problem field around this whole board.
So Zeddy has 2 sludges in hand. I don't know if there's that one armor is doing a whole lot of work for keeping Get Meowth like
Yes.
out of range.
How does Shaman look? So Control Shaman has varied wildly. We've seen it look kind of hopeless. We've also seen it look awesome. The weapon, like the frog weapon, looks really, really strong if it doesn't get vipered, obviously. And we have heard reports that Elemental Shaman is actually doing a lot better than people predicted.
Yeah, I mean, Elemental Shaman, I think people are often quick to sort of count out just because it is, you know, mid-range play, minions on curve kind of deck. But it's got a ton of value. And Scar plus Cold Storage is just like such an incredible late game that it might actually just have some staying power. I mean, we saw how powerful Mordrish was, which is a pretty similar effect for the hero power mage.
Right, yeah. Good turn from Zeddy, using Steam Cleaner proactively just to detonate all the barrels of sludge in his own deck, clearing out the board, getting to go face with everything else.
Yep.
So unfortunately, someone else's problem has become very much get me out problem again.
Hey, I mean, it worked last time. All the Astalor things going face. Maybe maybe it'll happen again.
Yeah, I honestly can't think of a higher win rate play right now. So.
And sending the higher health one to jail.
Yep. And then just win 13 out of 14 1 in threes.
I mean, at least this way, there's also the winning of if they kill off the minion, which they did.
Yep. The Steam Cleaner didn't trigger the sludges. It did. They all killed the Astalor that was on board because the Astalor was the lowest health target at that point. 3 of them hit the 8/8 Astalor that was on board.
So it looks like excavates are on 2s. Oh no, they rotate back to 1s. Oh, that's a fracking in hand, not a treasure. Drill Fist coming in 1 health from Kurtrus.
Oh yeah, I'd forgotten all about that.
Like, what forge card does Get Meowth have? Because this Ignis has been sitting there, not active for a while.
Very true, yeah. Wait, it's just meta lethal. That's disgusting. How have
Sure,
you
why
won
not?
this game? How have you won this game? That is outrageous.
Get Meowth cares not for your pesky 12 attack minions.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well played. Good game. Got out of it in the end. Yeah, didn't see the early proceeds of that game, but yeah, probably 1 or 2 refinements to the list still to be made from Get Me Out from what we saw. But hey, in the end, if you're going to get over the line with random metamorphosis, I just saw concoction and said
I know,
concoction.
I know.
Yeah, it was just immediately after like slating Raven last time for just saying what was in front of him for about 10 minutes, I just started doing immediately the same thing.
Neophyte always a decent hit, but I wonder like what you're looking to gear shift away at this point.
Pew pew.
So if you gear shift and get a 2 cost, you can greedy partner for a coin. Oh, or just play it for tempo. I feel like sometimes there can be a tendency to like want to get max value out of gear shift from reducing your hand size to low enough that you don't have to put anything away, but
I think maybe the Antique Flinger is like a good enough card that you feel like you want to hold on to it, right? Like
sure.
we all have good memories of Vile Spine Slayer, right?
Although it's not orange. So
Oh. Oh. Well, well, well. That changes everything. You take the minion
Fine.
trades and push 4, right? I think 4's a lot when your opponent's at 11.
yeah. I've just realized there's a Thori Balor in play.
Yes.
So if Lilith is ever able to actually pick up any fire spells, then we'll be able to. Oh no! No! That was the whole reason we.
I think Lilithy just didn't realize that was going to be reborn. The taunt from the treasure.
Sure.
He just planned to get the full clear and the push, and then just had to divert afterwards.
That is one thing that I find a little visually frustrating when cards have so many keywords, right?
Yes.
Like that one has the untargetable and the reborn and the taunt, right? There's just all these things adding to it that culminate in like it just being hard to see without mousing over the card what all is going on.
Coin.
That's a good one. Sure.
Okay.
It's got to be gear shift at this point, right? Like, you need
It
something
has to
else.
be, yeah. Yep.
I wonder.
You step the 2-drop thing first in case you draw more things that give you coins.
I mean, there's still
Unclear.
another step.
That's
but-
true. Yeah. You keep the other shadow step. Yeah, that's fair.
Oh,
God.
no!
Oh God, it got worse. How did the hand get worse?
Oh my
We did not sign up for this.
Well, Cagehead is annoying, although I guess it can be cleared up with like Hero Power Obliterate. That is still 3 damage. But yeah, Primus not getting cleared makes this a whole lot more awkward. Old Guardian on Plagues a little bit in here. I think people just knowing there's going to be Reno decks are like, yeah, we can run Plagues. Sure, just like Helia and the weapon or something.
Unholy, symbol of death.
Pick up another Staff of the Primus.
I would assume so.
And I think Old Guardian's plan here is to just hold on to this Azurite Rat to resurrect the Primus once it is killed.
Okay, you're saying there's a chance. There was not a better card in your deck, I don't think, with this exact hand.
Unless Drilly hasn't been played yet.
Sure, but even then, you're still spending mana,
That's
right?
true.
It's
Yeah, yeah.
debatably better.
So this isn't going to be 8 though, right? So the spells off of the Azurite treasure are
3,
going to
6,
be
8, 9. You're currently 1 off lethal, right? Because you can double collapse, and then you get to push 3 face with the 2/2 and your weapon.
yeah. Unfortunate positioning with the greedy on the other side of the Thori Valor, so this glowing glyph isn't able to hit.
Oh no,
both
you're good.
minions.
You've got prep buff the minion, right? It's exact. Yeah. This is sick. It's actually just simply lethal.
Well spotted there. I think it just took a little bit of time to figure out what to use the shadow card on. Yeah, I think people are going to have to be paying a lot more attention to positioning and stuff now, just because the treasures you get from Excavate are random, and there are at least one, that one that cares about positioning, and so many things that can interrupt your board now between locations, dormant minions, stuff like portal or nest.
Yep. And you can consider it the other way as well, right? Because there's people playing like the jailer, so they get to choose which minion on their opponent's board goes
Right.
dormant. You can like
Yep.
mess with your opponent's positioning by putting dormants in weird places.
And heading over to Cantaloupe has shuffled in the movement.
Yeah.
But based on the Brewmasters in hand, I think we know what's going on here.
Movements in this deck is interesting. How do you feel about that? Presuming that this is like Excavate, Bounce the Treasure, Reward style Warlock. How do we feel about movements in this deck?
So I like it a little more for an all-in sludge deck, just because you do delete your own deck so quickly.
True. Yeah, sure.
Although this is looking pretty good. Draw Burrow Buster and it's free.
This
Gonna
game's
be
just mega over, isn't it?
yeah. I mean, it's over 2 turns, right? You just make stats here, and I mean, this is where I wonder like what they're gonna touch in this Warlock, because the win condition, once you find it, is so inevitable, and the fact that it gains you the life at the same time.
Yes. It's always vulnerable to some kind of disruption, some way or the other, right? Because you either put it back in your hand or leave it on board. Even if you Zola, right, then it's on board and in your hand, but still it's both. So it can still get patchworked, dirty ratted, etc., etc. in the intermittent turns before you do it. But it's incredibly hard to interact with at the very least.
Well, and because of the nature of people running, these Zolas and Brewmasters, right? There's always the possibility that they hit the Brewmaster instead of the card itself.
Yep. And even then, like if you do lose it, okay, cool. I just have to excavate 4 more times, and then I have my final.
Right.
The one that I missed with you at 10 HP, I can still get there.
Right. There's enough excavating in the deck that you can, at the very least, consistently get the second one. I don't think you can pick up a third, but
Yeah, it's true stolen health to Prince in chat. So if both heroes are at max health 30 and are at full health and you play it, you go to max health 40 and they go down to max health 20 and can't heal back above 20. And then if you do it again, their max health is 10, they can't heal above 10. It also goes through armor. Doesn't matter if they have armor, it steals their health. So if they have 10 health and 65 armor and you play the snake, they die.
not going for the Brewmaster for the extra stats.
Oh, I mean, now, strictly incorrect. You'll call them out. What about 66 armor? Ah, now we're talking. 66 armor, no, they still die.
Sunset Volley, one of those cards I suspect we will mostly see being generated, not included in decks. But yeah, this is just good enough, right? And this is, I think, often going to be the setup. You play it once, bounce it alongside some other defensive card, and then you've got the 10 mana, just play it twice, and armor piercing, just lethal.
Yep. Just like that. There you go, chat. There's all the answers to all of your questions. All you had to do was wait for it to happen. But then we wouldn't be doing our job, would we? So yeah, it does seem to be the way of just playing it as removal heavy as possible. You don't, because I've seen builds that like also have the like quite a heavy sludge barrel package and the 4 mana 7/7 in there, and like that just seems a little bit too mixed. Whereas just playing all the excavate cards, all of the good warlock removal, and some card draw, like it just seems to get you there more often than not at this point.
Yeah, and there's enough good warlock removal, cheap removal especially, that you aren't really as concerned about having these Brewmasters in your deck, which normally it'd be like, oh, that's so many kind of dead cards, right? In terms of 4 copies of Brewmaster and Zola. But it just speaks to how powerful of an endgame win condition it is.
It's been a while, but one of the most satisfying things in Hearthstone is drawing 2 1-drops and a Mortal Coil and then just playing those 3 cards on turn 1 and turn 2. Oh,
Even the 1 mana 2/2 rush to go with the tap next turn. It's pretty solid.
It's so good. And then you drop your Dark Peddler. Oh, yes. It's all coming together.
I think some of what's happening, right, is like people don't necessarily like switching decks all the time, so they're just running the sludge stuff and the excavate stuff.
Sure,
so jam the one deck and still get to try both things.
Mm-hmm. It helps with the condition, right, as well, to get 10 new cards in the deck. If it's just like, okay, well, here's the sludge package and here's the excavate package. I'm done. They're all in there now. Nice.
Well, I think going all in on either gets you to the 10 cards pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, if you play like basically the whole excavate package, you're pretty much there already, right? So yeah.
But even with the mix, I mean, this is working out pretty nicely. The barrels of sludge are perfectly reasonable to just play as deal 3 to the lowest health enemy minion.
Why commentators don't say it not broken card? Because it's day minus some amount of numbers. Like the expansion isn't out yet. We don't know what's broken, and neither do you. It's
also
very simple.
Playing the snake twice like that is a turn 10 thing, which is a place in the game that we're much more likely to get to on a theory crafting, where people are experimenting, usually playing slower stuff. We've seen Sith mages kill people pretty regularly on turn 9, turn 10, so like that's not that unusual, and Sith mage has gotten some good cards out of this expansion. So it's always a kind of question mark how stuff that looks good in theory crafting is going to actually play out when it runs up against sort of the meta decks that already exist.
Is this some devs? No, we're just innocent casters. Just normal casters.
Shot. If three
We are not responsible for any of this.
But that being said, you certainly don't want to be already aggroed down up against the Azurite Snake, because 14 life is not enough.
You have lots of card ideas, hire me. They've opened up a couple of positions recently for slots on the design team. Like, if you're being serious, keep an eye on Blizzard jobs, because they do open spots for design team jobs somewhat regularly. You're welcome, Denna. Thanks for taking it in good spirit.
Let's see, that's going to give 2 barrels to hand and make them half the cost in lifesteal. Still a bit awkward. Trying to come up with a defile here.
It varies, Ace. You'd have to look at the specific listing for the jobs. Some can be done remote, some partly, some involve relocation. It just depends.
All right, I feel like the best clear I'm seeing is the 3-mana dragon into the 1/5 and then defile. Oh, that works as well.
3-mana dragon into. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Lope is just trying to look how to get the damage in to face,
Right.
just because Azurite Snake is so close to lethal.
Yeah, I think so too. And this is pretty similar, because the defile would end up killing your own dragon as well, right? So this is pretty
Right, yeah,
similar.
yeah.
You just have like an evenly contested board versus an empty board. That's pretty reasonable. Well, from my experience, with this many cards in hand, people have been dead fairly often. That's a lot of mana to spend on a Murkwater Scribe, though, and it is only one. There's only one
Yes.
1/5 instead of 2, which is a big difference.
And to keep the chain going, like, you can have all the 0-mana spells you want. You're not going to keep firing unless you have cheap Naga as well. Although,
But you're still
there's-
like right now. You're only like two more momentums away from ending the
that's
game.
true. Oh,
It's
there's
very
dispose.
doable.
Okay, we're pretty close.
It's real doable.
Shadows grow long.
One more. Oh no.
Oh, ye of little faith. Yeah, unlucky.
Okay.
So
Oh,
is
it's
there
not
one?
quite enough. It's 1 mana off, right? As it.
What do you want to do?
snake-
Oh, you need to barrel.
snake
Yeah,
into
they
one
cost
and-
1 after
yeah.
the ooze. Yeah.
Oh wait, that gives you a barrel as a battle cry. So that's just enough, right?
No.
Wait, because you snake, and then you play the disposal. It gives you a barrel, and they're at 1, so you barrel.
You play the disposal puts the barrel on the bottom. It doesn't give it to you.
Ah, okay, that's why.
Yeah.
This is going to be very confusing. Which ones put on the bottom and which ones add to hand?
Yes. You could then frack, but then you don't have the don't have
Right,
the mana
then-
to play the
yeah,
barrel
exactly.
afterwards. Yeah.
Well, but if you frack, it just gets destroyed, right? Wait, so it still was lethal.
Oh wait, yeah. So you just pick the non-barrel cards, because they'd be at 1, so they would be the lowest health enemy.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was lethal. Pretty sure. Let's go Azurite first, put them to 1, put the barrel on the bottom, and then play fracking, and pick any other card than the barrel. I think that was lethal. Yep, snake 2-mana generator fracking kills. Yeah, chat saying it.
Yeah, so I was close. I just missed that you had to follow up with fracking. But yeah.
Team effort between the three of us,
Yeah,
you, me, and Twitch chat. We all got there.
We can, and with how confusing that was for us, I think we can forgive Lope for not quite catching it.
Hmm. And unfortunately, they died. Unlucky. Skill issue? Yeah, it does seem that way. You do get a lot of skill issues with new cards, though. Sometimes it do be happening.
Well, and just with the way all the barrel cards are, right? Like you've got that 2-drop and the 3-cost rusher, both put them on the bottom. And then the legendary adds them to hand, and the death rattle neutral adds them to hand. I think that's everything.
The 2-1? Yeah, the 2-1 adds them to hand. Yeah. There's a lot of barrels that you can get over the course of the game. Where are we going now? Ah, some Dragon Druid. It's been a while. And it's our good friend, Wicked Goods.
Yep. The like you were saying earlier, the Americas folks are kind of just getting on as
Yep.
they've come home from work, etc. So, yeah, has not gotten to try out the ridiculousness that seems to be Dragon Druid when it hits the ramp. Just seeing 10 mana to 6 mana, kind of where you want to be.
Hold on. Alert, Lorinda is... Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Don't worry. You're on it. It's fine. Ignore. You're doing great. I'm proud of you. Everything's wonderful. Keep doing exactly what you're doing. Haven't seen Pure Paladin yet? That's because you have to play Sea Giants in Paladin now.
Yep,
So you
it's
can't
true.
play Pure Paladin.
Well, and, you know, Reno being a neutral means that you can't really do like a pure Highlander either. I suppose you could if you rely on order in the court, right? Because you order the court, get the Reno, and then your pure stuff is turned on, but it's just that much extra awkward. Speaking of Reno,
Yeah, these have been the spots I've really been looking out for from the Druid, right? It's like, okay, you've had your big your big push, Rheastraza's come down, and then they Reno you, right? Your massive
Right.
board that you've made is gone. Your nest is gone, so what value you have at that point is going to have to kind of get you there. How much value have you got left over? And right now, the answer to that from Wicked is a ton. Like, this is more than enough to be getting on with right now.
yeah, I mean, being able to, particularly with that Astalor draw, still try and push. I do feel like if you know your opponent has possibly got Reno, there's definitely situations where you might want to clear a little more than you normally would,
Yep.
just because getting your board cleared like this and then taking a bunch of face damage is, pretty rough. Showdown effect in particular can be quite rough for Druid. That's why we didn't see A&R coming down. I feel like I've seen some of the hunters being played, but I have not been kind of taking measure of how well they've been doing. So how have you felt about the Highlander hunters so far?
Confused and conflicted. I don't know if you remember, like last time Highlander Hunter was really good, and I think for the first month or so, everyone was like, "Don't be ridiculous." Obviously, it's not correct to play Hunter as Highlander. Like you would just
Right,
want
yeah.
2 of your 1-drops, 2 of your 2-drops. You just want to curve out and get damage through, and then press your hero power. And it turned out it was absolutely correct to play Highlander Hunter the entire time. I feel like I'm still in the denial phase of that cycle right now.
Yeah, I mean, no turn 7 King Crush, right? And Reno is in some ways a bit more defensive, although we just saw how having a one-sided board clear does kind of do the same thing that Star Power does, right? In
Yep.
terms of letting you just push face by removing the enemy board.
Yep. Yeah, I was saying this to, I think, Raven just now. It's just they have been more liberal with asymmetrical board clears recently, and there's several more in this expansion now, right? Like the Paladin discounted one with the enemy minions. Reno, of course, is asymmetrical as well. Like there are many more board tools for actual minion-based decks to be using these days.
Is Tumbleweed also asymmetrical, or is it just that it summons a 6/6 and no, it feels that way?
Good question. I'm not actually sure.
I mean, even out of previous stuff, we've seen elemental creation or
Yeah, it's just enemies.
yeah.
Oh no,
Lots of
sorry,
asymmetrical.
I'm looking at Scar. It's all minions. Tumbleweed is all minions. Scar is all
Okay,
enemies.
gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha. Here comes that star power, along with, I imagine, a couple of bananas.
Kapow.
Camouflage mount, that's a new one. Give minion
Actually,
+3/+3 and a random bonus effect.
Yeah, I haven't really seen it get played that much, and honestly, it looked like one of the most promising hunter cards to me as I was going through the set. Because I believe the minion that you play the spell on and the chameleon that drops afterwards both have the bonus effect that you get from the spell, right? Is that right?
That is correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay. That is a lot of stuff for 4 mana.
Yeah, particularly if you get like a divine shield or something.
You get
or
reborn? Like, you
Yeah.
joking? That's so many things.
What would be wise?
The Starlight Whelp. That's another card that I feel like, okay, yeah, it's a dragon. You get a card that was in your opening hand, but I don't know just how I feel about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like it's one of those cards. TJ used to talk about this all the time when new expansions came out, where some decks are search bar decks, where you go to your collection, you type, in this case, dragon into the search bar, and then you just start clicking on things like, yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that says dragon on it and does a thing, you know, and until you end up with 30 cards, then you go, okay, let's try this, you know, and then things just happen from there. Cards get cut, cards get changed or whatever.
Activated the trap card. Cat coming out, and this Agrimar has stuck around for a while. Not something you usually get to see. I think this is the thing about druids is they do. I feel like once again for a while they've kind of ignored this weakness, but it seems like now that Yogg has been sort of put in its in its place at 9 mana.
Yes.
Druids once again are struggling to find ways of clearing boards besides Reno.
Yeah, and this is my fear with Dragon Druid in general, is that once it does get hit by that big Reno clear, it can seem to struggle. And it might just be a thing where, you know, players have to get better with resource allocation, like before and after the Reno. I don't know if you remember the days of PRD casting back with original Reno. We talk about reserving post-Reno damage to get through afterwards. Now it's PRM, right? You need post-Reno minions. That's what you need to be saving.
But I almost wonder, like, if it's so prevalent that you have to deal with Reno, like maybe Druids look to do something like run a Brewmaster, right? They wait to play Reastraza until turn 10 if they can help it, when they can just get the portal, bounce it, and then now you've got a portal in reserve for post-Reno.
I think to an extent you can probably just curve out and play some giant things and just not even play the Reastraza the first time, because you're already threatening like 15, 20 damage or whatever on board, and just play it in response to the Reno afterwards. Although you'd have to wait one whole turn afterwards, right? Because you couldn't get the minion and the nest in play on the turn immediately following the Reno, so I guess that's a little bit awkward.
And we are going to get to see the mount played, but that is also going to be lethal. Just Druid not having the tools to clear up this hunter board, and Bestial Madness as well, and 1 attack damage to everything. A card that I had high hopes for, but like hadn't really seen much of.
Careful. Be careful now.
You mean with the sheep?
With the sheep, yep. So yeah, not a great stream debut for the day for our good friend Wicked Good. I feel like he probably just needs to fall back on Priest as soon as possible, right? Hit that comfort zone. Else he's gonna be stuck at bronze 10 the entire day. Surely that's how it works.
You know, they just started, still warming up.
Yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough. How much Priest have we seen actually during the day? I guess that's an interesting talking
I
point.
think one.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know, not a whole lot. It is, you know, it is one of the Highlander classes. It'd be nice to get to see some Elise action. I think that is a card that's just good, right? It's a
Yep.
massive board of stats. So even if you're not getting like death rattle benefits or whatever, having a board of 4/4s is very powerful.
Yo, some hot and spicy shaman on shaman action here.
Ant looks to be on
Ah,
elementals.
that's the card. Okay, I remembered the other healing card I thought was nature because I remember looking at a shaman card and going, "Oh, that's interesting. That's another out for healing from
Right,
lightning
yeah.
reflexes." But it's
Yep.
amphibious elixir instead. That's the nature card. Okay, got it.
Oh wow, right. Elementals from the past. I mean, I guess Pyros. Wow, Alar. There is a bad card I forgot about. It's worse than I remember.
just get it off the screen. We don't want to look at it anymore.
Ooh, there it is.
Okay. How juiced is it? Can we get a juiced check? Raven 6 was that? Nice.
Yeah, so probably just missed a 1-drop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, and Amalgam on the Pyros. A little bit awkward since it has both types.
So yeah, this is my first up close and personal. I saw some like Elemental Shaman games going on in the background while I was on break playing my own games, but this is my first time just kind of like staring at it and like, yep, and sure is playing stuff every single turn. It's getting there. Can't really argue with it.
Yeah, I almost wonder if, I mean, I doubt people are be doing it from the start, but I almost wonder if like maybe you just run stuff like Fire Elemental, which deals 4 as a battle cry now,
Yeah.
just to like keep hitting them in the face with ways that they can't interact with, and until
Right.
eventually you just Scar for the win, or like Scar cold storage Scar.
Crash not cheap enough, right? No flash of lightning this turn, so
I'm
yeah,
actually
pretty underwhelming.
surprised there's a Nature Shaman to be played right now with
Mhm.
10 new cards.
Yeah, fair.
Run it
Just
out.
endless things being played
Yeah,
every single
sure.
turn.
Well, coming down a little late, but that does indicate that so Warshak's not a Nature Shaman, it's a Highlander Shaman. It's Dr. Holiday. Is there like a Western or something that has a Doc Holiday? It sounds familiar.
Yes. Is it a Western? Where's Dog Holiday from? Hold on, it's fine.
I mean, it must be based on the theming of this expansion.
Yeah. No, real person by the looks of things.
Oh,
American historical figure, dentist, gambler, gunfighter, and a close friend and associate of Wyatt Earp.
of course.
Wind and breath.
Oh, Dog Holiday was a real person who was in Tombstone. Got it. So both in the end. Nice. Thanks,
I mean,
chat.
that makes sense, right? A lot of the folks that there are movies about in Westerns, were based on real people.
Yeah, fair. I claim cultural ignorance. We don't do westerns over here. It's not a thing.
Look, we only have like 300 years of history.
That's true. Yeah. always blows my mind when people talk about, oh, so it's like really old building. I'm like, oh, really? How old was it? It's like 80 years old. Oh my God, get in the bin. I can see like a 600-year-old building from my window right now.
Didn't expect that, did you?
And yeah, this just not looking like enough stabilization here for Warshak, and Scar's just gonna come down and end it. I don't know what the count is. I assume it's 9. It's enough. It's 8.
It's enough, yeah.
You're a bright student.
Sure is a bright student. Oh, that's true.
Oh.
You get the one more by playing a different elemental first on the turn that you play it for
Sure.
lethal as well. I had never actually thought of that. Yeah. Okay. Very nice.
Well, there you go, Chad. Elemental Shaman.
Yep, you are now a fully trained elemental shaman player. Just do that when the game comes out. Things will go great. Being told by I don't know if that came through on stream, but Raven's telling us he's hunting for a priest, but can't actually find any right now, which I can get it. You know, like I'm sure when you have limited times, like there's only like an hour and a bit left of this this window for the event, right? You don't want to be playing 2 games of Highlander Priest in that time, right? You'd much rather play
Right,
12 games of Elemental Shaman instead. That sounds way cooler.
Scar in the opener. I think like having a turn 1 is just gonna feel so much better in the elemental deck. Not just for Scar. Like Scar, you can miss 1 and be okay, but for the 8/8, right? For the giant.
Right.
The light dims, but we fight.
Yeah, I mean this is this is Hearthstone, right? Just 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3.
It's just a question of like how long you can do this on the theory crafting event without your brain falling out of your ears, right? Like,
It feels like the thing to do like after you've been jamming some wacky stuff for like the first 5 hours or whatever, and you're just like, all right, let's play some
yeah,
elemental.
yeah. Do we think that's what's happened to Ant? Like, so he's turned up for the Americas shift. He's played like an hour or 2 of some wacky idea homebrew that he had. Still bronze 10. Feeling a little bit ashamed of that angry chicken right now. So we've just decided to jam some elemental shaman instead and win some games.
Oh, Horn of the Windlord. All right. It's going to be such a weird sort of calculus that people have to do when building these elemental shaman decks of like, okay, yes, you have to play an elemental every turn, but there are good cards that aren't elementals.
We didn't start this game at 35, right? This was a 30 paladin. There's just an ETC.
I
in there?
don't. Yeah,
Okay.
it looks that way.
What are we cooking, Equal? I'm curious. It got me interested. Because you don't appear to be playing Showdown Sea Giants. Which means I'm way out of my paladin comfort zone.
Oh, that's going to be a day 1 terror. It's just Showdown Sea Giants.
It's gross as well, because I didn't realize until I actually put the deck together that if you play Order in the Court, you just draw Sea Giant, AoE spell. Those are the 4 cards that you draw. Like, that's disgusting.
So as long as you get Showdown, like
Yeah.
so this is where it gets kind of strange, right? Like you kind of can't play Horn of the Windlord on 6, even though it would normally be a fantastic play, just because that makes your Scar awful.
True. Yeah, that is a very good point. Well, does it make it awful, though? Because if you're doing 6 damage a turn with the Horn, that kind of compensates for the damage you lose from the Scar at that point anyway, if your goal is just to get lethal with it.
Right, but if they have a board, like
Mhm.
you would
Yep.
rather Scar, and you can still get the 6 damage on turn 8 if the Scar didn't kill them.
Yep. No, I think you're right. Nice.
That oh, there we go. Now we can play the mistake and the horn.
Which, yeah, pushes 11 this turn, right? So it seems
Yep.
well worth it. And then you have the weapon at the very least to break the shield next turn, plus a second swing, plus the Scar damage. Should be
I mean, I
pretty
suppose
hard to defend against.
at this point, Scar, even without all the previous turns, would be enough. It just won.
It's one, yeah. You just use Scar as your Divine Shield popper
Yep,
off the
yep.
top for 1 damage, yeah.
Yeah, the Highlander Paladin seems like one of the more mixed bags. Like very dependent on whether you get that early Mirage.
Right.
There is a card you can play to tutor it.
Ah!
There's the 5 mana 3/4 draw a beast. It costs 3 less.
Wow. Elemental Shaman, just doing its thing, yet again. Then Paladin did not put up much of defense there. I'm not sure what was going on with the slow Paladin, 30-card slow Paladin in the end, but did not seem to be putting up too much of a defense against the Shaman on the other side. What time we got? 5-2. I think I've got one more game in me, and then we'll swap over to someone else. Who have we got to take a look at? Who haven't we seen yet? Is that Swagneros we're going to, I think? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, it's a Moria. Titan in there as well, by the looks of things.
Ooh, and that's a good roll off the Titan, getting the Grommash. Yeah, this is an Excavate reward that I feel pretty positively about, but it's just that the 3 mana destroy damage minion Excavate just feels like so heavily taxed.
Yes, it's a lot. Like I understand that Execute was nerfed to cost 2. It would not be these days, right? So you are paying 2 extra mana essentially for an Execute to get your Excavate effect, which is it seems like a lot for sure.
Particularly when you compare like Blast Charge and Heavy Plate, where it's like, okay, it's 2 less armor,
Yep.
but you get the Excavate.
Yep.
Paying 2 more mana is oof.
Or just Blast Charge versus Shield Block, right? Like armor
Yeah.
armor add a card to your hand. Like they're remarkably
yeah.
similar.
Yeah, I feel like you almost have to run the location to be able to actually activate that that Excavate card, or else just like not run that Excavate card and be minus
right.
1 Excavate.
Yeah. There are a good amount of neutrals, like the 2 mana 1/1 I kind of knew, like, yeah, that'll be in every Excavate deck. I'm actually a little surprised by the 5-drop. It's looked better than I expected it to be. Felt initially like it was going to be one of those cards and people were like, okay, it's got Rush, it'll be fine, but it just ended up being a little bit too slow. But it has seemed generally fine from what I've seen so far today.
Yeah, it's just enough tempo that you don't feel too bad about it, right? Obviously, the rush is a very big deal, and the treasures are just so good that you're kind of okay with paying that tax.
This is ambitious. We always live. The TNT never gets the 2/4. No, no, we're good. We're good. It's still good. It's still good. This holds. This always holds. What do you mean, Titan? Forget about it. We're fine.
You are the Badlands best yet. So you're a fan of mine.
And the Azurite Scorpion still in hand there for Machadog. I'm kind of expecting Rogue to not really care about getting to 8 Excavates.
I agree. Yeah.
Like, you just are happy with the really efficient stuff on 1 to 3 and play the reward if you have to.
Yeah. I think in general, like you're just going to be because ideally you want to draw shadow steps and stuff, right? And dump your hand on stepping
Right.
your 2-drop or your drilly or whatever else. So you're going to end up with a fairly empty hand because you play these like really cheap, efficient reward cards, and then bang, you just get a card that gives you more stuff to do to scramble over the line at the end. Like Rogue has always been really, really good at that kind of stuff, right? Super efficient early, and then just find some stuff to do later on in the game to get over the line. That's like classic Rogue.
Yeah, and really the kid is. I mean, it could be your only excavate card in a rogue deck, and you're
Yeah.
perfectly happy with just getting 1 through 3.
Yep. Once you factor in Shadow Step and Breakdance and having Shadow in there as well to get more copies, more than enough stuff.
And yeah, I think we're actually gonna tap out here. You're gonna switch over to Raven and Lorinda. So that's us for the day, actually.
Yep, I think so. Sounds good. It's been a pleasure, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Do hang around for the last hour, by the way, because we have not given away enough codes yet. There are several to give away in this last hour. I'll
few
put it that
remaining.
way. So yeah. Make sure you are hanging around and being active and being nice to the last 2 casters, so they give you nice things. But it's been fun. Bye everyone. I hope you enjoy the expansion. Good night all.
Bye.
And hello.
Yeah, we are here to take over for the final hour of the day and of the event. It's been a really good one. It's been awesome checking out all of these new cards. It's done the job of getting me very, very hyped for the expansion. And because you guys have maybe been playing a little bit on your breaks, I've not had breaks, so I've not got to play. So I'm even more hyped for the expansion
Oh,
to release.
woe is me, Raven. Here it goes.
Go away,
Come
you've
on.
gone.
Hey,
Go to
hey,
bed.
hey. Look, Sol, if you want to hang out and try-cast it, by all means. But don't pretend to go, get the sympathy from the chat saying bye, and then roll back in. You can't do it. You just can't
All right,
do
I'm
it.
actually going, but don't let him get away with this, chat, okay? Do not.
Shocking. Shocking.
Raven, I
World's
think you've done
tiniest
brilliant. I
violin.
appreciate it. I think you did really, really well.
It's funny because, like, I'm in control. I could just mute Sol. I could just get rid of him. It's great. Anyway, though, getting or continuing checking out Swagneros that Idlevice and Sol were seeing. What have you thought of Warriors so far? Has it done anything for you, Lorinda?
Yeah, I think it's looking okay. I'm not sure how much of it is better than what we've got already, though, right? Like, Warrior's just so good already. We've got the taunt package. That might be a thing, but I think we might need to see either some nerfs to existing cards or things to leave before the taunt package is just what you want to do with Warrior. But it looks reasonable. Like, it's okay.
I was kind of mentioning earlier that just from first glance, it feels like, yes, the players, of course, have to play 10 new cards from the expansion. But I feel like the taunt package we've seen has just been like someone's literally searched taunt and just put them in a deck, right? Whereas I think that will get thinned down a little bit. And, you know, we'll maybe see there's a chunk of the taunt package, but the deck isn't just all go all in taunt warrior.
Yeah, that makes sense as well, because obviously you've got 8 hours to play and several hours to build before that, and that's it. These players don't get a long time to do things. They're basically working on the same as everybody else, except they get a chance to show off their skills.
And you know what, Lorinda?
For a limited time on chat.
Let's kick off our final hour of the event. Do you have a code for the lovely chat? Lorinda is the keeper of codes.
What should I do with this code? I mean, I can think of many things I could do with it, like cash it in, but no, I should probably give it to people.
Just put one digit completely wrong and then let chat work it out.
Oh, God!
Although it take them like 20 years, I don't know.
Should I leave the last digit off?
No. Well, what if you find one with the last digit is an actual number,
which we've got as it happens.
Yeah, then yes. Put like I don't know, a star or something, and the last digit is a number, but we're not telling you which one. That's not too bad, right?
Yeah, we don't want to crash Battle.net with people trying 8 bajillion combinations. Right, so the last digit for this code is a number. Good luck to you all. I'm going to hit the number button in a second.
Yeah, it is so there is one, the final digit, which I'm guessing Lorinda will do as a star. Oh, question mark, a question mark. That is a number.
Yeah, yeah,
So
we
you-
did the stars. Stars were delete, and somebody
Okay, okay.
complained that there was like 15 stars, and the number of combinations was 3 bajillion trillion or something. And it's like, no, you just
So-
delete the star.
Go into your BattleNet client, click on the top right of your profile, and then you have to go on redeem code, put this code in, but it was the number. It was, wait, you got it, Salamandra?
Yeah, several people knew it was a 4. It was indeed a 4. And
How did-
congratulations,
Wait, how did so many people know it was a 4?
because you get a screen saying it's already been redeemed, rather than that does not exist.
Oh, good. Okay, well, congratulations, Mr. Salamandra. You get, I believe they're still mega bundles, right? They're all mega. Is that right? Or are they?
They're all megas. Yeah, we
Yeah.
have many
There you
mega
go.
bundles. There's still at least one, and
Yeah,
maybe more.
That's
Maybe
not
there's
that's
2.
not all
Who
of them,
knows?
guys. There's still plenty. Well, plenty. There's still more than 0 left. We won't give away the secret number. But yeah, there you go. Keep your eyes peeled for more. As we're seeing this warrior just keep.
Warrior, and I'll give you all my points. Okay, I'll do anything for points. Me. Tried 4 last. That's pretty unfortunate. Anyway, back to the job in
Yeah,
hand.
that
That is the job in
literally
hand. It
couldn't have gone
codes
worse.
more than the decks. The decks are looking good. Obviously, Warlock, the talking point. I think the way it's gone.
Yeah, I think Warlock feels like the highlight. Although I think this is more like just the thingy package, isn't it? Like this
Yeah,
is
it's
more of
the
a
thingy.
control-y Warlock, and it doesn't appear to be the Excavate. It looks like the Sludge is.
Yeah. Sludges can be done so many ways as well. Everything can be done so many ways. It's something I'm really excited about for this set. Is I really feel that the deck building is going to take a while this time around, and the decks are decks again, rather than just can we top deck a card. It's not been that bad recently anyway, but I think that this has really opened up a lot of play styles, and I think people are going to have to actually play well with their decks as well as just draw good cards. Obviously, that's already true. We had probably the best player in the world win the Masters Tour, so you know that's a testament to that. But it just feels like more building on the same. I think there's been good work done this last 12 months to get us here.
Well, even this warrior is more of a control-based warrior, really, than it is really going, all in on taunts, of course. There's a good amount of taunts there, but I feel like the taunt warriors we've seen so up until this point have literally just been, I have taunt minions and this infinite weapon. Let's go. As opposed to this seems a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, infinite weapon, when you word it like that, is quite a lot of damage, isn't it? What's infinite times like 3 or whatever? Yeah.
I think it's just infinite 3.
Yeah.
I think that's how it works. Interestingly enough, I've been really excited about Flint Firearm. We've seen him many times in hand today, and I don't think we've seen him played once, which is a shame.
Yeah, it's a fair point. We've seen a lot of stuff played, though. Credit to all the streamers as well. I'm in a credity sort of mood in the last hour for, not just sitting there and trying to play the best decks. Apart from Yala, who played Rogue all day. I don't know if he played Rogue all day. I'm joking, but he played a lot of Rogue. That looked really powerful in his hands. And yes, I want to see this come into play now. You're right.
It's one of those things where I wonder, because everyone seems to be playing more value-focused decks, like, do the decks already have the value so you don't need the Flint? Does that make sense, right? Whereas I feel like Flint is a value card in itself, but then you need the mana to keep going with it, right? With the quick draws. But if your hand is already... I mean, look at this hand, right? It's already pretty high value anyway. So suddenly, is that why Flint's not being played?
Possibly. Yeah, that's definitely possible. Oh my god, listen to me. But then you play a mirror or something, and you've got the Flint and they haven't. You've got a couple of extra cards. Maybe that's okay. We haven't seen the 3/4 shuffle person, have we?
I did
The 3/4 Finley.
Well, I saw it in hand. I saw it in a deck, but I did not see it played because Finley was played instead. Funnily enough. Okay.
Yeah, the idea of putting back your quick draws into your deck and drawing them for better value, I think, is a thing we might end up seeing. Depending on exactly how powerful quick draws turn out to be. So far, they've looked good. I mean, we've seen Chain Gang top decked 3 times or something. We've not seen it in an opening hand. Chain Gang knows how to behave itself. That's for sure. Who's winning? Who's our highest?
So Meaty but we've already watched Meaty for a fair bit earlier on. I'm trying to see if there's any new players to us,
Luna,
I
but she's
guess.
making a deck.
Yeah, so the Luna Trump's also building a deck right now, or browsing the collection. Theorycast 2, that's almost, I'm pretty sure that's subtle.
Let's do him. Let's get him.
Should we cast
Got
Sol?
it. We did him last time like this as well. Let's do him again. Last time he played Naught Mana Totems, you remember?
Shall we see what Sottle's playing, guys? Shall we
He played
quickly dive
Hunter
in?
with Naught Mana Totems and just tried to murder people on turn 3 or something.
Oh,
So
he
either
won.
Subtle or
There you go.
Edelweiss.
Yeah, there you go.
And he's just beaten Wreck Fam if it's Subtle.
Oh my god. Okay, I think this is Sol. I could be wrong, but I think it is. I'm sure
Could
it
be
is.
Edelweiss. That's the only other person
Yeah,
it could
it-
be. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Subtle
it is
killing
Sol.
Wreck
There we
Fam,
go.
not Kervin.
We'll watch one more with Sol then. He can show us what he's got, I guess.
So that's one world championship competitor who can't say anything about the casting anyway.
Yeah.
Imagine
Wait,
losing to a
doing
caster
Ah,
play
okay, there
Hearthstone.
we go. Yeah. So we'll do one quick. Solly's played Shaman as well. So again, a class I do want to see more of. I think that was that Elemental? I think it was. So we'll see. We'll go from here.
Yeah, he's just been. Do you remember we did the card preview, which seems like about a month ago now? I think it was yesterday. And Sot was like, Shaman, nah.
I remember
Elementals.
saying the Elementals looked pretty good.
You did.
I'm sure I did.
know. But you say everything looks pretty good. I don't think that counts.
Oh no, we said some stuff wasn't the best, or not the best, not really going to be played too much. Let's say.
But anyway, Sottle is now, yeah,
This is Sol
firmly
versus
in the
Warsack.
elemental testing camp. Let's see if he can just hit some people.
There is something honourable about just saying, I'm just going to play stuff on curve and get them.
It's definitely a Raven deck, isn't it?
Oh, I'm going to be playing some of this, yeah. Shaman's never really or historically been one of my favourite classes overall. It has been in a couple of metas, but not often. But this is the deck I can get behind. Just get him.
Weirdly, Shaman has tended to be one of the classes I like the least, and yet my best ever finish was with Shaman, so who knows? And I was actually good at the deck as well. It's like, oh my goodness, I'm good at Shaman, look at me. And then
can
I went back to
win.
normal and played Naga Mage and lost 18 million ranks.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, well, Sottle's played Curve on numbers.
And it looks like Warshak is just doing the rogue things, right? Some excavation, but I think it's important to see what the end game is for the rogue. Whether it's the sort of Krakatoa with oh my god, what's the
What's
dagger?
it do?
What's the dagger legendary called? Draka. There we go. Whether it's
Draka
going
the
Draka
dagger, yeah.
or Wish Him Well or both, or maybe even something else. We'll have to see.
I think both seems good, right? Like they're both legendaries. You can only play one. So how do you get more? You play two. I mean,
Logical.
everyone say, "Oh, Draka instead of well." Why not Draka as well as well as well? That's a logical sentence. That works. Oh my goodness! Look at all these Murlocs.
Well, this is, again, however sort of jokey we sound, there is something to be said for just playing stats on curve. Generally more stats than most decks, which is what I feel like this Elemental Shaman can do. Because they have a lot of rush, they have a lot of these elementals that have like high impacts on board. So we'll see. Those Azerite Giants are 5 at the moment. But again, I know you've mentioned about the Giants, but I think the Giants are less to accelerate and pop off and more have like cheap things to play on, say turn 5 and 6. You can go like small elemental giant and then like slightly bigger elemental giant again. Like that is a lot of stats for 5 and 6.
Yeah, especially in the world where you're ahead on board like Sottle is here. Sorry, Theorycast 2. Let's not give him too much credit. Theorycast 2, obviously, with a board now and the ability to play an 8/8, that's very different from just playing an 8/8 because it's cheap when you've run out of stuff. And the Murloc's done their job in that regard. But now we're going to see a rogue do things, obviously, because that's what's happening. Tell it's been a long evening. There we go.
The player is subtle, if you're seriously asking. Theorycast 2 is subtle.
Ace has been here all night. Ace knows.
Well, Ace shouldn't ask silly questions then.
If you've been here all night, you're allowed to ask silly questions. Don't get too silly, any of you. You only get one. And I'm not going to answer them all.
Theorycast 2 implies this is a greater and better Theorycast 1.
Here we go. Wishing well.
Read them and weep, team. Read them.
Legendary
and
time.
Weep.
I really should be watching this in game because I've got no chance at all of knowing what the legendaries are
I can
with
see-
signatures.
Well,
of new
there's
cards.
Therodan the Lost and Odin Prime Designate, and now Blood Matriarch Liandrin.
Liadrin with. Great. We can give Putricide Divine Shield. Actually, that's all right. That's fine.
But again, this is I will have to look at what like the average legendary is, even stat wise, because I think that's kind of important, right?
It's got such a, from what we've seen tonight alone, it's got such a massive deviation. They're all the way from like Thalnos right the way up to any of the new stuff. Let's go with any Titan. Who knows?
Why is this so much
absolutely
better than Legendary Invitations? Because this has a harder thing to do, right? You play in a 5/0/7, and then you need to spend coins.
Behold the tools of
Oh wow,
creation.
Luna.
What's your silliness quota? You've just used it, Nomad. It's
Ooh,
gone.
Scar. What is
Scar.
Scar on 6? Yep, Scar's on 6.
Yeah.
Such a good card.
Hit him?
Yes,
hit
if
him?
a signature card creates a card and that has a signature version, it will also create the signature version.
Which is great. I love it.
Yeah.
I really like now we've seen all the other sets. I don't mind the original ones, the black and white ones, because they have the intended effect. It's only because they were the first ones I think that people were sad about.
Oh, I think the only reason is, one, people like bright colors, and
Yeah.
two, it's the middle. Look at the text difference. This has loads of text on it,
I
and this
see.
one doesn't.
Yeah.
Like that's the only thing. And like me and Sol were talking about earlier, I think the improvements and where they've got to on signature cards as quickly as they have got to it is quite an achievement. Because now all I see is everyone saying every time there's new signatures announced, they're like, "These look so good." I think everyone agrees.
Not that this is new, but the art in this set is fantastic as well. I'm really pleased with it. Cows. I love cows. Just
I
being
mean, look at
thrown
this.
around.
Look, this is the signature card I hope I get the most. Look at that card.
It's just incredible, isn't it?
It's utterly ridiculous.
It's just amusing. It's the most Raven card as well, for sure. Amusing, see?
Wasn't bad. I got utterly in there.
That was bad, but I'll sell it anyway. It's late.
Amuse me with your tales.
Odin.
Odin comes down again. Less about the effect and more about a 1-mana 8/8.
Mm-hmm.
For the
It becomes
breakdance.
a 2-mana 8/8 with Rush. Woohoo! Which is probably a better card, actually. Is Warshak going to clear this? Right, that's going to be pretty impressive.
I mean, the potential's easily there, right? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
But does it matter?
Uh-huh. Well,
Because Scar
Just good old
cares not
Scar.
for these shenanigans. Scar
yeah,
just
sort of this
throws a
correctly.
couple of cows at you in the breeze.
Yeah, get cowed.
The elements will destroy you.
Just get.
Bit of a moot game.
The elements will destroy you. They certainly did. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're dead.
Yeah, there you go. Sol's had his moment in the spotlight. As we will
Worst
find
bomb
some
countdown
actual content creators to catch up with. But yeah, that was good. Honestly, I think Elemental Shaman, at least for me, looks fun. It's like my kind of game plan where you just dump stats every single turn and go. But it also looks strong as well.
It does. It does look all right.
Let's
We've seen,
see. what
as the
Luna's up
night's
to.
gone on, right? At the start of the night with like Shaman, Elementals, idiots. And now it's just all Shaman mirrors. It's not at all, but you know.
Oh, okay. We probably won't be here for too long. I think we've all seen a lot of Druid tonight. Depends how long you've been here, though. If you have recently joined us, thank you. We appreciate it. I hope you're having a good evening. We are just checking out all the content creators that have been streaming the... excuse me, as we get into the game. Been streaming the Theory Crafting event for this expansion that's coming out on Tuesday.
That's what I was told, but I didn't double check
know
it
this.
because I'm lazy and bad at my job. I'm like 90% sure it's Tuesday. I really should be 100% sure, but I don't want to commit to anything. Because
Yeah, soon. Honestly, I don't even know what day it is today.
it is now Friday in some parts. Tuesday the 14th. Thank you,
Thanks,
Dectec.
Dave. Yeah, I thought it was the 14th. I just couldn't remember what day it was. Because I started committing to the day, I felt I had to keep sticking with the day.
I'm not subtle. I'm not going to pull you up on your silly mistakes.
No, but chat will. Chat's all
Yeah, but
over
they're
it.
chat. They've been here a long time. They can.
Straws are coming down with that nest. Gonna be pretty good. Is there a Reno in hand? I don't believe there is. Just in case. Always gotta look, because if not, this nest is gonna start causing havoc.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm glad that there's a way to remove them, but I don't know how glad I'll be when I've been Reno'd millions of times with my nests. I'll be sad. This card surprised me how good it is, the 3/4s. I thought we'd see a lot more removal than we've seen. I mean, Yogg's going to do
Work.
a lot.
Oh,
Yeah.
the cheap Alistraza. Nice. But yeah, Yogg's gonna get the majority of this work done.
Yeah, pointed out in chat as well that with Fizzle in the deck, you can get another one later anyway. So that's really nice little bit of tech from Luna. I'd expect no less from Luna.
I mean, it will be very interesting. We talked about this earlier, where like, I feel like we haven't seen players like seriously try and play around Reno, right? People are just like, oh, we'll play this stuff because it's new cards, right? Cool event, let's play things. But it will be interesting because I do think Reno is going to be extremely popular in this expansion, and so it'll be interesting to see how people choose to play around it. Is it purely just don't overcommit to the board, or are we going to start seeing tech like snapshots, like the whatever may or may not occur? So it will be interesting because I do think Reno will be a staple going forward.
I do too. I think though that what we haven't seen much of tonight, and I'm fairly sure it will exist. I've heard you say sort of otherwise, but we haven't seen people just get them. A lot of these cards with Reno in, a lot of these cards decks with Shaman in. Sorry, a lot of these Shamans and a lot of the decks with Reno in. Let's try again.
A lot of these Shamans with Renos
are just
and decks in
minions
them.
that you play. They're not necessarily using removal. They're not necessarily able to cope with a load of 1/1s and 2/2s just smashing you in the head early on. There's very little removal we've seen today. People are doing the removal with their 8/8s. They're removing things with their massive taunts. But I think we might find ways around that.
5-mana Alistraza looks quite good. Oh yeah, how?
You're a big fan of -4, aren't you?
Well, yeah, but how strong's that, right? Imagine if Luna hit another one. Just play both.
Then she'd have 2, yeah.
Yeah, and they cost 5 each. Seems good.
All the card review went with Raven and Sottle was Sottle saying not sure, me saying I don't like it, and Raven going, but -4. And it looks like Raven might be right. Honestly, it's looked pretty good tonight.
Discover a dragon and make it cost -4 is, well, not make it cost -4, but make it cost 4 less is 4 less is a lot. That's a lot less.
I just thought we wouldn't get to that part of the game, but then I forgot we're Druid and this is only turn 3. We've got 200 mana. So.
Or you forgot that it's a Highlander expansion.
Also true.
Yeah.
This card. Yeah, okay. 4 mana everything card. Bye. We're going to see this card a lot. Oh, plus we're on 36 health, by the way. We being Luna, of course, you always cast the bottom player, because no one reads upside down cards.
Well, me and Michael, or Mikael, sorry. I couldn't. This is how tired I am. I just saw MIC and was like, yeah, Michael. Yeah, eyes don't work at the moment, I'll be honest. Yeah. We have other cards on the top.
Oh, I see. We're teaming up. I like my
doing the
team
other we.
better in this particular Hearthstone game.
Well, we as in me and you, Lorinda, we have an idea, and by we I mean me, that since we're getting nearly halfway through this final hour, maybe if chat asks you nicely, there's a very quick follow-up.
Okay, let's do a quick follow-up. If chat are nice. Have chat
Yeah.
ever been nice?
Chat, you have to ask Lorinda very nicely if you can have a code.
Am I question marking a number again? I think that's a good one.
I think the question mark's good, yeah.
It's not at the end of this time, though, chat, so you have to find the question
Oof.
mark and replace it with a number. Maybe please have a code. Is that polite enough? I will never do that. Yeah, Emma gets the... There you go. Code goes.
Oh, it's there. Go, 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 go. The question mark is a random number, correct, Lorinda?
Yes.
It's a random number you have to guess. So put the code into Battle.net, into redeem code on your profile, and you have to guess what that question mark number is.
And we tricked everybody into saying, can we have a code? While the code actually went out there. So now they're all typing. So whoever's copy-pasting and actually just letting everyone else do it probably gets this.
Okay, so that was plenty of Druid as we checked in with Luna. Let me see. Who else do we have? I'm scrolling down the list trying to find people to check in with and see.
I'm just watching chat. I think it was 8. The number was 8. Claw Fossil got it. Well done, Claw Fossil.
Oh, good job. Congratulations. Let's see what... Okay, Trump is going to be on... Oh, this is funny. Trump's on Warlock, playing against Luna, who's on Druid still. So here we go.
Okay. Someone's going to be checking the error log tomorrow on Battle.net and wondering why there's all these intermittent bent down for 3 seconds.
Guys, the code is a one-use. It's a one-use code. The first person to get it wins it. The rest do not. So it's not a code that will work for everyone. These are bundles. These are the mega bundles for the next expansion. But it is a singular, giveaway code.
Yeah, we are working on solutions to make it more random, so it's not just a race to get them. But for now, this is the best we can do. Please accept that we're giving away a lot of codes the best way we can, and you know.
For now,
if it
we
doesn't
enjoy
you, I'm
watching
sorry.
you squirm.
Exactly.
Let's be honest. Here though, as Trump is gonna get cooking. Good old howdy, Finn.
I want to see this. I want to see the 4-4, whose name I knew literally half an hour ago, and now I can't remember. But the jail sheriff person. I'll find the name. Unless chat is so nice they want to tell me the name.
Don't have grease. Use some sludge.
Question here is Luna going to be able to defend? Because this, even though I always assume that the Warlock's going to be some kind of, either the fatigue style burn stuff, the sludge, or it's going to be the snake, it's looking pretty aggro right now from Trump.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the name of jail person, but yeah. I'll get there in a minute. Sheriff Barrel Brim, there we go. If you have 20 or less health, open the Badlands jail. Which will get you through the taunts that are going to come up. That's what I like about this deck. But I think that getting through taunts is a big deal. Also, there's fracking and sludge and stuff going on. This is going to be just a massive damage output. A couple of turns. And this is what I was saying about Druid and these decks in general. Okay, just generate a Lightning Storm always helps, but Trump's just getting them.
Yeah, the thing is, there's just like it looks like the aggro because obviously we've seen it is a sludge deck. The aggro plan is not the plan, right? It's just a thing. It's like a byproduct of the deck is that you can just start punching your opponent in the face, but it's not like an all-in. It's not like playing Zoo, right? The sludges are there to push all the damage later on, so it's going to be pretty interesting with 15 damage already pushed.
It's almost like playing Hunter. You go hit him, direct damage. There you go. Old school Hunter. There's so much sludge. There's a sludge in hand and a fracking which will activate the sludge. And off you go. Or a sludge generator, the disposal attendant. We saw how much armor Luna gained last time, but this is turn 6 for Luna, or turn 5 actually, for that wild growth. So yeah. Just getting hit, and this is going to get sludged.
Yep.
So much sludge.
So much pressure. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
again that early pressure start looked really good, like zoo-esque, and then it's like, yeah, I've got sludges now, let's go. Right, so it's looking pretty good. Obviously, it's against Druid, which is a little bit slow to react sometimes. We will stick to Trump just to see that in one more
Yeah.
go. I know there'll no doubt a lot of Trump fans in the chat. Again, just a reminder. Everyone we have shown, apart from Sottle, I guess now, on this stream, all this past, what, 7-8 hours or whatever, they are all streaming. So if you've seen anyone you like the look of, in terms of the decks they've built, how they've played, or just in general, make sure to swing by their streams, give them a follow, say hello, tell them you like their game, or their deck, or something.
Absolutely.
Make sure to support the streamers.
Yeah, all content creators apart from Sottle, who's a discontent creator. Yeah.
Okay, what do we have here? Yeah, so Trump definitely looks like it's sludge as the burn and aggro, aggro, aggro here as the Varkle along with the salesman is going to be coming out for a nice early pressure. Going against Luna again. Luna probably not too happy with this.
No, but a much cheaper starting hand here for Luna this time around. So see if you can do something more about it. Don't ask Sottle to play Priest so we can watch. That'll break the universe in multiple ways.
I'm pretty sure he'd just say no.
Yeah, that too.
So many
So yeah, much slower start for Trump and a faster looking hand for Luna.
Yeah.
Just don't spill it.
So let's see if the Warlock still gets on top of that, because it might well do. Sottle said no.
Honestly, we saw a couple of priests earlier on. Yeah, we've seen a couple of priests. Bear in mind, we're basically coming up to 8 hours. I'm guessing the VOD will be on the channel. You can just watch it back. If you watch the VOD from earlier on today, we did cover a few priests. It happened. They were on stream, I promise.
Dane was playing because we saw that Love Everlasting interaction with the one-mana potions, which means your pip doesn't work because your potions get reduced to 0. And they're highlighted as if they're all 0, so Pip can't copy any of them.
Stay alert, my children.
So I think that deck probably went in the bin pretty quickly after that interaction as well, because he had to waste a turn blowing up his own Love Everlasting to make sure that next turn the Pip could work. And by then his hand was too full, which meant that he couldn't do it anyway because he had a handful of 1-drops that were just not anywhere to fit. It was quite amusing if you're me. I find things like that amusing. See, Ace knows. Ace has been here the whole time, I believe. So
many
Yep.
possibilities.
Trump, though, going to be struggling at this point, and this is where things start to look a little bit dicey.
Mm.
And this is where this dragon, sorry, forgive me, I forgot the name, the Desert Nest Matron. This is really good. If you're holding the dragon, refresh 4, so it's kind of free, right? Like, that's kind of the way to look at it. And a free, like, 3/5 taunt against aggro will help a lot. See Sludges come out here and take out 2 of the minions.
And I doubt we'll be forgetting the name of that card for very long, because I also don't know the name of it right now. I mean, I know it right now, but I won't when I wake up in the morning. But I imagine after it's been played 8,000 times in the next few weeks, we will remember it quite well.
Yeah, definitely going to be used as one of the more anti-aggro cards from Druid, if they stick with the dragon package.
Just playing like it's 2014 all over again. Here's a flame imp. Off you go.
Yeah, the only thing is he's not managed to push a ton of damage yet, and as soon as Luna can summon the wall of dragon taunts that we've seen quite often today, actually, then things might get spicy indeed. Although there actually now aren't, there's only one dragon in the hand, which is Rhea Straza, right?
Can we just call it that? Can we just have a card called Wall of Dragon Taunts?
Yeah. I think that would be a really good version of Hearthstone where they release it and instead of names of cards, they're just called what they do. Basically how we cast.
Now. Yeah. Just 1-2 person. 2-1 person. 1-2 person a game. Yeah. How many persons have you got, Trump? 5 persons on turn 5.
Gonna go embrace.
Yep. Another gift. It's a good card, isn't it?
Yeah, for a split second, I was like, oh, I wonder what choose ones they've put in. You know, if there's any new ones or anything. I was like, oh, no, never mind. It's the usual.
Yeah. The huge.
I smell gold in them there waters. Keep on panning.
So still a good amount of damage here. I'm not sure how many sludges are locked up in Trump's deck right now. But it's slowly getting to the point where the sludges will start getting the work done, right? Luna down to 22. You know, a 1-2 on board, who cares? And a good little push going on here.
It would be amusing if somebody like didn't think about all the other effects and just tried to draw through their deck to get to the sludges at the bottom. Just like get the whole deck drawn. Off you go. We don't need to look at the bottom of our deck. We're just going to draw the top all the way down.
This Cold Light Seer not too bad, actually. Hits 2. Trade probably happens with the... Oh, no. Okay. Gonna value trade.
And there's just, these persons are getting the job done. Down to 17 now, Luna. Where are you on Steam Cleaner, Raven? Because that'd be quite good right about now.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of armor here as well with these Frost Lotus Blossoms. That is a... 10 armor significant, right? That's basically... Each one buys a turn, roughly.
Unless, which Trump isn't doing, unless you're against Excavate, where the armor is completely meaningless, all the way up to at least 65. We have it on good authority from Sottle. We're not sure about 66. Spoilers, that will also not matter.
Altered Core kicking out here as well. Suddenly Luna's on 1 billion health.
Not for long, though, because this army of people is going to do, like, some damage.
Oh, that's Sheriff.
12, 13, something like that. An amount.
So Trump needs to start kind of with killing off some of these minions, honestly.
Sheriff is in town now, but he's not got below 20 yet. But next turn he has Hero Power, Flame Imp, and Sheriff, which will lock up some big
if there's
9/9
space to
type
play
units.
it. Which there is now, because you can trade away.
There is now,
yeah. Snake Oil is a 0 cost spell with tradable that deals no damage.
He might get to the bottom of his deck at this rate.
Yeah. How many cards?
13? 17, okay. He wants, he wants to do it. It's not even about whether you should do it. It's about can you do it? And the answer is yes. Trading the 2 smallest things. Plop the Sheriff down. Get rid of the 9/9. And hope they don't have a taunt. It'll be fine. Oh!
Are you okay, Lorinda?
Waste remover's just so good. That's just damage.
Yeah, I think he was initially looking to do the jail thing, but yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is, by the time you've made the space to do the jail, you may as well just trade.
Sure. He also ordered it correctly, right? He drew first because he knew he wanted to draw Flame Imp, and then because he drew something better, he got to do something better. It's nice to see that rewarded, isn't it? Waste time! Sludge. Sludge. Snakes. Whoops. Waste time. That's all me and you do for an hour.
Luna's got a lot of options. Fire's in there somewhere, right? Yeah. But nowhere Dragon Taunt Wall.
No Dragon Taunt Wall.
Yeah, Dragon Taunt Wall would be quite good. Can I drop A now instead?
I'm waiting for someone to have a turn, which can't be far off in Druid, where everything they play just like gives all
This
their
is
mana back.
really strong.
It's a
More
lot of
healing. Board effectively clear. There is still the 7/5, of course, but still, you know, not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Burn a sludge on wheels. Not what Trump would be after.
Sounds like something that happens in your street. Yeah. Options are limited.
Not looking great, is it?
How many? What's the plural of sludge? Is it just sludge? Or is there a singular? Is there no singular to sludge? Like, you can't have a sludge, I guess, except in this game.
Yeah, well, you can, right? It's like ooze, isn't it?
Ooze.
You can have an ooze. Right?
Guess you can, yeah. And 2 oozes.
Because what if there was, like, a creature called a sludge? If you said...
Sludge Belcher?
Yeah. If you were in a dungeon, and
Uh-huh.
I go, oh, there's sludge over there, you would assume 1 in that case. What if there was 50? It's like, oh, well, it's the plural. You'd
assume what?
really need to narrow that down, wouldn't you? Like, oh, there's five
Mr. Sludge to
sludges
you.
over there.
There's Sludge over there. We just call him Sludge. He just sits
Yeah.
there. He lives there. Just a guy called Sludge. Yeah, losing the oh my goodness, 5 mana 5/5 and not be able to draw to the bottom of the deck's a little bit irritating there for Trump. Magatha, there we go. I can still remember words.
Yeah, this is when Luna's going to start to lock this game out. Because yes, there's the jail, but there's a lot of dragons, and Luna's suddenly on 35 health again. So, looking pretty good.
Tracking is damage.
Is it?
Oh, there's not even any sludge.
Yep. There's not a lot going on
What's
there.
the,
is there?
what's the 0 form of sludge?
Nudge.
There is no sludge. Nudge.
Yeah, the sludges have been nudges. I don't
Nudged out of the deck or something. We'll make it work later. We just won't. A group of sludges is called. Alright, well, Trump has found a way to generate another board of just random people. So 2 very different games with this matchup, right? We saw Sludge Sludge Trump absolutely like murdery in game 1 in 5 turns, and this one has been a process that he just couldn't get through. It looked like he could win in some situations, but yeah, Luna had all
It's just one of those
all the
things,
answers.
right? It's the age-old matchup discussion of aggro.
Oh.
If it can't get there, then they're gonna start. The Druid's gonna start stabilizing, right? Because Druid has access to armor gain and heal and taunts, right? So if it's purely or heavily minion based, like it is, then it can struggle.
So the rear Straza was discovered from the nest there, I think.
Oh, I thought that wasn't supposed to happen.
I'm not certain. I'm just going with chat, which is not always the best plan. But today, chat have been very well behaved, to be fair.
Yeah.
So
Oh
it's a
well,
good plan.
look. Think about it, right? You either can or you can't. That's it.
That's it.
It's not a big deal, is it?
I mean, it's a big deal if you want it to be. Like everything on the
Check
internet.
history. I don't think the outcome is there, is it? The outcome wasn't there. Oh yeah, there.
There
Right?
we go.
The nest points
Yeah.
to the rare
True.
Straza. Someone screenshot, and then we'll get told the dev team actually said it could discover it.
Yeah, just to be clear, we knew as much as you at the start of the day. Well, we didn't. We knew more than you, but like only because we are really good. I'm lying. We knew probably the same as everyone else.
Look, like I said, it's simple. There's nothing to worry about. It either can be discovered or it can't.
My hand overflows.
You do make things sound incredibly simple, Raven. It does help me
It
sometimes.
doesn't matter either way, really, does it? If you think about it. What really matters is Reno Lone Ranger noping the board.
Mhm. Yeah.
This desecration of the Titan's land stops here.
This collection of things. that
Yeah,
Luna's
this
just
might be a bit of a
wheeling.
tough one here.
Send it in her name.
It'll be fine. Go on, Trump. Do the thing. Do the thing.
Live tap go.
There's some sludge on wheels.
Okay, nest. Rare Straza go.
Another fight.
Not good enough.
Or another lethal.
Fun and balanced. Look, it is fun and balanced because it's balanced because everyone can play Reno. Think about
And
it.
it was one game all.
Think about it.
They played twice.
Yeah.
One won one. The other one won one. So it's definitely balanced 100% of the time.
Exactly. Let's look at our faces for a second while we find what may be the last match of the day. Let me see if there's anyone I can see.
Have you tried Forda today? Forda comes up with some fun stuff sometimes.
Is that second name King?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, all over it, don't worry. Oh my god. I will never get used to this portrait as we jump in.
Oh no, I've only faced it once and I have to cover it up
It's
with
looking
paper.
at me. All right.
Yeah.
It's going to be Druid versus a Warrior. Looks like this is going to be Taunt Warrior with the infinite battle pickaxe weapon. Yeah, and a ton of taunts. So let's see how this can work.
Playing the actual things we're used to, the menagerie things that we're used to. I'm getting really good on proper nouns at this time of night. So Druid has probably been the most prevalent, but that's kind of what we expected because there was a dragon package ready built to just have a go with.
And also, how much people may like meme about it or whatever, but just slamming big dragons is kind of fun, right? You draw these dragons that have these cool effects, chuck them down. Some blow opponent minions up. Some have rush and big lifesteal. They have tons of health normally. They look cool. Like, look, there's a reason Kibler likes dragons, right? They're all right.
Uh-huh. Not my favorite minion type, I will admit.
What is?
I knew that was coming the second I said it. I realised I don't have an answer.
Well, that's rubbish, isn't it?
Uh,
It's making really
all
poor
of the others.
conversation. Well, mine's beasts.
Yours
Beasts
is
are
obviously
cool.
beasts. Beasts are okay. Beasts aren't
But I've
too
even
bad.
liked that type in like other games. You know, before Hearthstone even. It's not
Yeah.
like it's just a Hearthstone thing, although Hearthstone has been a massive thing towards it. But I just kind of like, you know, the sort of animal archetype, if that makes
I mean,
sense.
you're named after a beast, or it would be a beast if it was a Hearthstone card at least. So I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, see, there you go. I have a history with beasts.
Yeah, but the less we say about that, the better. But yeah. Okay, infinite weapon. How long can it go on?
All it takes is love, care, and death.
Hey, I did the pirate thing once already. I'm not doing it again.
I'm trying to see if there's anything really... Oh, that's interesting. Neutron in there.
Oh my.
But yeah, it's just kind of the usual suspects we've been seeing.
How big would a Neutron be in the warrior deck? I'm only half joking. It's a mech, it's a taunt on it. It's got divine shield. What's to like?
Now, this is a good card. Blast Tortoise.
Yes, yes it is.
One, just look at it. And two, it's a good card.
It's a good card. Infinite weapon swings. Just remember that. Pushing some as well, this weapon, isn't it? Infinite amounts of 4, in fact.
Now it's Dragon Taunt Wall.
What if you get your health high enough on some of your warrior cards that you can play a sanitize? Kill their taunts and still get in.
Hmm. I mean, it's going to be played, right? That card's not going anywhere.
No, but you kill your own minions. But if your minions are so big and their minions are only medium, just sanitize them away and come in for lethal. The reasons I'm terrible.
I'm just really starting to stack now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one amalgam band signature card. If you guys want
That's
to have a quick
actually
look.
amazing. I don't think I've seen it before either. I mean, I must have, but I don't recognise it. It looks really good. It's just having so much fun. Look at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely Blastoise, isn't it? This one for a start. I'm just reading chat.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got a card named after them these days, right? Apart from me.
Well, I have one of those on my arm. Believe it or
What,
not.
Blastoise?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you do something about that?
No, it's fine. Put it for a while
What if it
now.
explodes?
It'll be okay.
Okay.
Life Panda gift coming out here for Elgatori. Sorry, I can't. God, it's late, guys.
Put those letters in a completely
Elga.
different order.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say Elga, because I will stumble.
Elga. There we go. Seven, 11.
Oh, thanks. Sol actually fixed it for me. Elgato Radio. I can now say it now that it's been typed out in a more reasonable way.
Well,
What now?
I mean, you're looking at a 3 and a 5, and I'm looking at a 3 and a 5. Which sounds like Rimmer's Risk story, but that's another story.
Yeah, I like this from Forder. Just
Yeah.
go face. Yeah, you've got a lot of minions. They don't. Your minions are quite big. Theirs aren't. Go face. Infinite damage weapon, kind of. What is this that's hovering? Oh, life from death. Okay.
A little bit clunky for the druid in here.
Yeah,
In fact,
there's
it's a lot clunky. It's facing a lot of damage.
yeah, there's nothing that really does anything right now, right? Not that I can see, anyway.
Nope. This portrait with the tentacles over the cards as well. It's, oh,
It's really helping us out.
yeah. It's just trying to point to the cards he's going to play. It's like,
Okay,
this card.
solar into what?
Getting somewhere.
Are there any?
Rogue's getting somewhere
Are there
quickly.
any final things to do, by the way?
Oh, we've got one more thing, yeah.
Okay.
Anyone got an idea of how we do the thing?
I
Definitely not
enjoyed
idea
the
of-
question marks, honestly. Maybe, what about two question? Oh, two question marks is way
well,
too hard,
that's
actually.
just
That's actually busting the
99
mind.
or 100
Yeah.
combinations. Yeah, we'll break something doing that, unfortunately.
We'll find out who won it next week.
Just send it. No, so people complain about bots, even though we're very aware that every single one has so far been won by a human. So we like to mix it up so that it's not bottable without actually listening to the stream. So there's a question mark. The question mark's a number, and this is the last one of the night. So I hope you've all had fun with that as we saw the game end.
Yep.
Good
Because
luck.
we are back on camera as well, so you can look at us. Wait, oh, there is a question. I thought you forgot to do a question mark then, and then yeah, it
I
shows
hit
how
it in the middle.
it shows how slow I would be, guys. But yeah, that is going to be the final mega bundle going out there. So guys, make sure you get that in. So let us know if you won. feels like a 6. I love that people have feelings for this, but any final thoughts about the expansion or everything what
Yeah,
we've seen?
very
There?
excited for the expansion, Raven. Honestly,
What are you gonna play first? What are you gonna? You must know. You must know.
I must know Warlock.
Warlock.
I'm gonna
Nice.
sludge people. I think. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna just play Battlecry Warlock and do 10 damage to people 3 times, or
Oh, really?
steal 10 health 3 times. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
It's
That's
going to
what I
be
wanna do.
really interesting how the snake will impact the meta because it's obviously the 30 cards or whatever may not be drilled down, but the core of like bounce, excavate, snake, right? Like you put that package in and then build around it. And I do wonder how people are going to react to that. Any highlights from you guys in chat? What are you guys looking forward to? Let us know. But yeah, we are going to be rounding out the day. It's been great. Thanks to all the other casters, of course, Sottle and Adelweiss, who have also been in the chat. Thanks to you, Lorinda, and thanks to everyone watching. We hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed the bundles, courtesy of Hearthstone, of course. Play Hearthstone. And yeah, we're going to be wrapping up the day, but we are going to be sending over a raid to Send Me Your Arms. So we've got to send them our arms, it seems like. So make sure you go over, say hello. Again, support the streamers that have been involved through tonight and through all day. It's been great. And yeah, guys, thanks a lot for watching, and we will see you next time.